Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, you wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. Bah! OBS Chan seems to be working just fine. Let's hop into this, shall we? This game discusses ideas and uses phrasing that may make individuals on the autism spectrum, as well as those with close to people with epilepsy or depression, deeply uncomfortable. If you'd like, you can view a more detailed warning by clicking the above button. This more detailed warning will contain slight spoilers for Siren's call. Let's not spoil anything. By proceeding past this menu and playing Siren's call, you consent to the exposure of content pertaining to these subjects. This game is a work of fiction. Any names, characters, places, businesses, events, and situations I will never get to read the rest of that. How is everyone doing today? It is January 3rd, 3:50 p.m. Ohio time of 2025. Lose yourself in Siren's Call. Finishing touch. New game. A writer is unable to tell the truth, and that is why we call the fiction. Fiction is a lie through which we tell the truth. Okay. Apparently I don't know how to pronounce congenitally, but it just doesn't sound right in that sentence. This story is a work of fiction. Siren's Call, Florida, May 12, 2011, 60 miles north of Cape Canaveral. The Cape just fired another rocket into the sky, but nobody is looking at it. They're looking down at the heartless asphalt. They're panicking. But I won't look down, I can't. So I'll keep looking up at this rocket. Rockets. No matter what the experts say, rockets only exist for one purpose. Outer space. They are our ticket for leaving home. The prototype of our salvation. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows we're going to need to get the hell off this planet. But Florida has amusement parks, beaches, and bottomless margaritas, so it's good at helping people ignore how screwed we are. They still know, though. Everybody knows. But nobody talks about it. You need to look down, Oliver. That's the duplicity of Florida. It's our gateway to the cold, inevitable unknown in our own personal lotus land. To here we arrive, and from here we shall leave. That is our claim. Oh, and the weather. We have 2 seasons, summer and hot summer. This isn't how adults deal with their problems. That's right. We're famous for our hurricanes. Isn't this how everyone in Final Fantasy 8 and 9 dealt with their problems? Maybe someday, when all of our bags are packed and our fancy new rockets are stuffed to the brim with human cargo, A giant hurricane will inexplicably cover the state. We'll be trapped, forced to live with the consequences of our actions. You guys notice like the little hurricane spiral there and the little rocket? We'll be unable to run away. Cut the crap, Oliver. It's your fault this happened. You need to own up to it. So be a fucking adult and open your eyes. Wait, why am I thinking about this? People were panicking just now. They were panicking so much that nobody was watching the rocket. But wouldn't that be considered normal? Isn't it normal to be afraid? Maybe I'm wrong about all of this stuff. Maybe we don't need to be trapped here by a hurricane or whatever. Yeah, the world was lovely once, a veritable Garden of Eden. But maybe that's not what we need to mature as a species. Things might just be better somewhere else. After all, isn't that why we all worked so hard to help you leave? Lose yourself in Siren's call. August 12th morning. You have 5 new messages. First message. Hey there, collie boy. Fuck, I can't. Okay. Not even gonna bother with it then. Hey there, college boy. It's Mom. Well, it's Violet's mom anyway, obviously. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you. I can't believe you're actually going to college. I'm so proud. Anywho, I'll be back from Denver later tonight, assuming there's no delays. I'll probably be tired, so I'm just gonna drop off my luggage, and then we'll make a beeline for your hotel. We won't have time to drive through anywhere, so you should probably eat something before I pick you up. I'll likely be back by 8:30, so make sure you're ready to go by then. Okay? What else? What else? Oh. Can you make sure Violet cleans a bit before I get there? I doubt you two made much of a mess. It's just extra work, you know. No pressure, though. Well, enjoy the day. Can't wait to hear about your summer. College. How exciting. Get ready. End of message. To delete message, press 9. Saved message. Dude, it's 2011. Get a cell phone. You're literally the only person I leave voicemails for at this point. I'm not doing this anymore once you move to Asheville. I mean it. It's dumb. Even Emil isn't that backwards, and I'm pretty sure he still carries around a pocket watch. Anyway, I'll be on Flagler at the usual spot. I'll buy you a burger or something. So come on down, whatever. Later, bro. End of message. To delete message, press 9. Next, saved message. Hey there, nerd. It's Andy. She looks very cute. You're not getting out of training just because it's your last day in town, you know. We'll have to cut it a bit short today, but that's fine. As long as you make time to go back home and say goodbye to Judy as well. You are planning on doing that, right? You know that she'd be devastated otherwise. Well, whatever. I'll be warming up at the park, so hurry on over. It's hot though, so bring some water if you don't want to die. Or don't. Your call. Bye. End of message. To delete message, press 9. Next message. Oliver. Emil here. Or Emil. I was wondering if you finished up with the book yet. We might not get another chance to discuss it in person, given the circumstances, and I can't think of a better way to spend the day. I'll be at the library when you're ready. I'm assuming I only have time to hang out with one of these people. Also, one other thing. Have you been deleting these voicemails like we discussed? There's plenty of room in my voicemail box. Why does every video game I play call me out on stuff? It's like, have you tried being less antisocial? I'm like, I'll fucking get to it. It's like, ah. It's like, why are you saving the voice? It's like, have you stopped being autistic yet? I'm like, it's like, son of a bitch. I doubt anything would come of it. But it's best to leave our trail cold, simply as a precaution. What are we robbing, a bank or something? You're our leader, so I'm sure that you have been on top of things per normal. But I figured it wouldn't hurt to remind you just in case. Regardless, I'll see you soon. Stay sharp. End of message. To delete message, press 9. Next message. Oliver, hi, how are you? How's Violet? It's Judith, by the way, not Andy. Why would I think that? You called on a phone. There's a number right here. Heck, most cell phones will... Or is it a voicemail? Right, an actual straight-up answering machine. But even then, it would still have a caller ID function. It would still say a number. You can program those things to actually, have names and labels. Why would I think you're... What, are you saying you guys sound similar? Why would I mistake you? I don't... Also, wouldn't you guys have different... Not just vocal, pitch... I mean, not only would you have different pitch to your voice, but the timbre, speaking inflections, just general mannerisms. You're different people. I should be able to... I assume I've known you guys all my life. I should be able to tell the difference. Even if your voices were similar, which... Are you guys sisters? Maybe they're sisters. I know we sound similar over the phone, so I didn't want to confuse you again. So am I just, like, not sleeping well in this universe? I'm at least sleeping well now. Happy last day of summer, I guess. Are you feeling okay? Do you have any plans for today? I know you probably have to pack, of course, but after that, are you doing anything fun? It's the last day of summer, so it should be fun, right? You're probably busy, though. I'd be busy, too, if I was going to college. That's why you didn't answer the phone, right? Because you're busy. I assume I was taking a shower. I take like 15 showers a week. I'm like... The best way to put it is... Vegeta standing in the rain... And with a picture of Vegeta standing in the rain next to a picture of Kermit the Frog... in the bathtub. Yo. It's like the same picture. Yes. Keep in mind I have become Kermit the Frog in a video. Everyone's like, it's one of the karaoke videos. It's... I'll put a link to it in the description in the comments, okay? Heck, I'll put a link to a few little clips I recorded out of certain things I thought were a bit silly. One of them is me being jump scared by Korone, the Japanese dog girl VTuber. It's the most adorable fucking jump scare ever. Or just me just yelling cuss words and stuff. Heck. Maybe I'll put a good deal of stuff in the description. You'll have a long description and I'll copy and paste that into the comments. I assume there's going to be many different choices and decisions to make throughout the... So, this might be having multiple endings. I'm not promising I'll get to a single one though, but I might play more, I might not. Just depends on how I feel about it. I'm sorry if I disturbed you. If I don't see you again, good luck at college. Make sure to let us know when you're back home for breaks and stuff, okay? Okay. Good luck out there. Thank you, Oliver. Goodbye. Bye. End of message. To delete message, press 9. There are no new messages. To repeat saved messages, press 1 now. Goal. Say goodbye to your friends. Investigate house. This house does not belong to you. Double check. Violet's bed. So... From what I understand, I think that's Judith's mom, right? And I think Judith and Andy are sisters. And then... So we had the one guy who wanted to grab a bite to eat at like a White Castle. And we had my girlfriend and then her sister, who's, I guess they're twins, but one's more tomboyish athletic. and the other is more traditional. But they're sisters, and they probably look and sound similar, but have their own distinct personalities. And they have a mom, and I'm at their house. I had a friend who wants to go to White Castle, and I have a friend who, I guess, we're robbing a bank? Question mark? Is this like the scene right before, like, the Dark Knight movie with the Joker and Heath Ledger? Like, is this what Heath Ledger was doing before the whole school bus thing at the bank? Hopefully I can manage time better than him. But I mean, if we go to the ending of Batman, then I guess, it'll be an exciting Let's Play. I guess we'll look at our mother-in-law's bed, but also I guess we're like childhood friends with our girlfriend, and also I guess there might have been some unrequited feelings from her at one point to us, and we're kind of like just really good friends with everybody. So I assume we were just crashing on the bed. Maybe it's a small house. Well, it's meant for 3 people. Violet's bed. Okay. She still hasn't changed the sheet from last time, has she? Well, goodbye, gross bed sheets. Goodbye, Mr. Dolphin and Mrs. Donkey. So I've just sort of been crashing here. Don't you dare tell anyone what we did in here. Did I say donkey or dolphin? Or maybe it's a blahaj, like a big stuffed shark. Who's Miss L? Hello? I shouldn't be in here. Okay. Why? Because I have a terrible sense of direction? Why am I even in here? Even though she hasn't been here all summer, I'm still a guest in Miss Lawrence's house. I should respect her privacy, but if she hasn't been in a room for this long, then how the hell does it still smell like wine? Like, what kind of wine? Wine's just alcoholic grape juice, right? So, you're saying the room smells like alcohol and grape juice? Okay. Am I like getting a time penalty for all this? Is this my guitar? I haven't played all summer, even though Violet keeps asking me to. There just hasn't been enough time, honestly. I can only play a few crappy ska songs anyway. Yeah, I know you're there. I don't really hardly touch my guitar very much either. And heck, I'm trying to do a little bit of keyboard, and it's just like... But even though I'm terrible at it, I still enjoy it. Even if I enjoy playing them, that's still nothing worth showing off. Why is every video game I play just a Lunar D8 life simulator? Well, this one involves other human beings, as opposed to me just talking to myself and stuffed animals and to a computer. Nobody remembers the bass player much anyway. Well, almost nobody, I guess. Okay. We're gonna cook an omelet? Spice rack. An absurd number of spices hang from the wall. One of the jars labeled Spice of Love is almost empty. Is it just sugar? Or cinnamon? Is that stuff she keeps sprinkling on top of my burgers? It's probably a mix of like garlic and maybe like, butter and salt. I'll allow it. Maybe secreting it into a healthy relationship. I'm not sure who I'm dating. Am I dating Violet? Did I talk to Violet at any point? I'm so confused. I have a journal. Now that the investigation is over, I should probably destroy this or something. Am I a detective?
I'm like the worst light Yagami ever. I'm pretty sure Emo has recorded all the important stuff anyway. Even so, it's hard to just stuff up, let stuff go up in flames like that. No, I can't get sappy. The smart thing to do is just leave it all behind. I've already made my choice. When I go up to Asheville, I'm burning this. End of story. Okay.
Suitcase. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes to pack all my clothes. Yeah, as long as I'm back a little bit before 8:30, everything should be good. I guess one of the perks of growing up poor is that you never really have much you need to pack. It's kind of handy, actually. Window. A beautiful, silent summer day waits for me outside. Fun stuff. Nope, it might be fun. It might be fun. I've just gotta have the right attitude. Just gotta keep going forward. So I guess our protagonist has just a tad, tiny little touch of depression. Thankfully, I wouldn't know what that feels like. I'm always very happy. As much as I want to lay down for a bit, it's irresponsible to sleep my life away. Sounds like something Dad would say at the very least. Then again, maybe lack of sleep is why he's always so cranky. That's still on him, though. That's always gonna be on him. Food processor. What do you mean by food processor? There's a bit of black bean burger stuck on the inside of the food processor. I guess Violet's already made herself some lunch. Adorable. She's such a cute little herbivore, I swear. Okay, so it's something to make it easier for vegetarians to make a substitute that allows you to get proper protein. Kinda weird that I didn't hear that thing going off while I was sleeping, though. Well, I mean, it's the other side of the house. I mean, what, is it electronic or is it hand crank? I wonder why that is. Okay. Canvases. Am I an artist? The stack in the living room is way smaller than it was yesterday. The next project of hers must be really important if she's bringing that many backup canvases. I hope she didn't have any trouble carrying all of them out the door. Why didn't she wake me up? I would have been more than happy to help her. A new gallery image has been unlocked. I have no idea where I would find that. Is it possible to click on random things in the background? Or is it not one of those types of games? If it is, that's good. Because that would... I wonder if there would be any benefit to clicking on things more than once or just going out immediately. Go back. Leave home. Leave home. Okay, I am there. Violet's house, ETA 0 minutes. 10 o'clock a.m. I'll have to keep that in mind, so in the future if I just leave immediately, so what, this is supposed to be some sort of time management thing? Oh, as long as it only takes away time for making decisions and not me, taking a while. Okay, we have Burger Place. We have Park. Library. Well, no idea. Not sure what we're doing in this story, but we'll go see Judith. I wonder what she's baking.
Everyone's like, stop being fat, Lunar. I'm like,
Good luck up there in Asheville, Mr. Long and Tall. Somebody I don't recognize says something to me while I'm walking by. As nondescript and generic as this moment is, I still make an effort to smile and wave as we pass each other by. I approach Judith's house and ring the doorbell. Surely she's home today, right? I'll be right there. You came. Oh my gosh, you actually came. Wait, where's Violet? Aren't you two spending the day together? She wasn't home. So, I assume she had to go to Walmart or something. Maybe I do need to get a cell phone. Wait right there. I have the oven on. Just give me a minute. Don't come in yet, please. I mean it. Don't come in. Just a little bit longer. Sorry about that. We're good now. Come on in and sit down. I'll make us something to drink. Judith's house, our base of operations, is as hospitable as ever. At this point, Andy probably would have stormed the front door or screamed something at me from her bedroom. So Judith and I are likely the only ones here. I take a seat in the living room while Judith half skips, half runs into the kitchen. After a deep breath, I notice something pleasant, accenting the otherwise crisp, neutral air. Is that vanilla? We still have some sweet tea left over from last time. I'll pour you the rest of it, and we can chat for a bit. There are some things I need to talk with you about, if that's okay. Judith places a rather large cup of sweet tea on the coffee table and sits next to me. We could watch a movie or something afterwards, but I'm not sure I'm going to get another chance to speak with you alone like this. She opens a can of flavorless seltzer and drinks a sizable amount before turning her attention to me. Right. Now then, I'll just get right to the heart of it. You're a great leader, obviously, and I won't tolerate anybody undermining your efforts. You could have spent your last summer vacation doing anything. You could have ignored what happened and goofed off like the rest of us were going to. It would have been completely justifiable. You didn't have to do anything, and yet you chose to rally us together. You chose to spend your last days of freedom risking your life and fighting for something bigger than yourself. And the only reason why you did that was because it was the right thing to do. You did it all because of kindness. It was a kindness to restore this town back to the normal place it had once been. And that kindness is what bound us together. We were captivated by you. I still am. If I quit following you, even after knowing what was causing all those incidents, I wouldn't have been able to live with myself. Your kindness pushed us forward. I've never experienced anything so powerful. And that power is what allowed us to control the fate of this town.
What is this, like Persona? Is it? Were we like doing like the Persona game stuff?
We won. And what we had to do to win was a kindness. So the fact that Violet, who should be supporting you more than anyone else, would simply otherwise, in front of everybody, it's unjustifiable.
Am I supposed to feel lost here? I feel like there's more than one detail being left out.
It's mutiny.
Am I like a ship captain? Do we have a boat?
Is that why none of us are hanging out together today? Her and I are working it out. It's fine. Thank you for worrying about me.
I'm not. I don't know. It's like, Lunar, you must now decide on what a normal person would say. And I'm like, crap. Even though IRL, you don't have like multiple choice options. I mean, honestly, I'm not bad at social interaction. I'm just. Can't really say there's been a point. Thank you for worrying about me.
Always. And I don't want you starting off your new life with a false impression of who you are. Nothing good ever comes from doubting yourself. So that if a seed of doubt Violet planted in you starts to grow, the only thing it will do is sway away your confidence. I know it will. I don't know what's happening. And without confidence, you won't make it through college. You won't be able to survive on your own if you keep doubting yourself.
I don't know. I'm still alive, so. Yeah.
Next to kindness, conviction is the single most valuable thing a person can possess. Violet should know that, and I think she does. So I don't get why she would plant that little nugget of doubt in your head like she was doing you a favor. It's just really mean. She should have thought of what you wanted. She should have let you believe in yourself. Because never mind. I've said everything I needed to say. At this point, I'm kind of being a jerk, aren't I?
Okay, what is the point of giving, like, can I click here instead?
Forgive me. Violet is your girlfriend. So I'm sure you can see the value of interactions. I'm confused.
What is this? What do you mean regress? Regress to what? What, go back to being more depressed? I'm fine. I'm super happy. Why are there pictures of crabs? I don't understand.
Just please don't take everything she does to heart. You're a kind man. You're heroic for doing what needed to be done. We all are. And even if she might not want to admit it, Violet is too. Anybody in her situation would be.
What? And now the town belongs to us. What? So let's enjoy ourselves while we can and forget about what's done. It is done, after all. Judith gets up from her seat and grabs the TV remote off the coffee table. So we're gonna watch some Adventure Time or SpongeBob or something? Maybe some Reincarnated as a Slime? Thank you for letting me vent. It's cool. Did you bake something? I'm hungry. And everyone's like, Lunar, you just ate. I'm like, how's your sweet tea, by the way? I know you prefer it a little warm, but is it still good when it is like this? I reach over to my glass and take a hearty gulp. It's not too sweet, but it still has a kind of flavor, just the way I like it. I give my friend a reassuring thumbs up. Perfect. Let's watch something lighthearted this time. I want our last day together to be a fun one, okay? You know I can always come back to visit or something, right? In the end, Judith and I end up watching her favorite movie one last time. The one with the rock star and all those puppets. Is it like Sesame Street, or is it like Jeff Dunham started a band? I still think it'd be interesting if we make a Ben Affleck Batman movie, but we have like Jeff Dunham and Walter as, the ventriloquist and Scarface. Obviously not doing anything to Walter that would damage him, since, I don't think Jeff Dunham would want anything damaged to his. Heck, you probably have to have like a stunt dummy for Walter, for like certain scenes. And you'd have maybe 13 villains. Heck, you could have like Jared Leto Joker in there. You could have like Willem Dafoe play an anti-villain called the Reaper, and then you could have a fight scene with Willem Dafoe beating the crap out of Jared Leto. I don't know who the main villain of the movie would be, but I think we would try to have like a ton of villains. I never really saw the appeal in it, but I know the movie is a comforting part of her childhood, so I sit through it for her sake. We don't have much time left to talk afterwards, though. Judith hands me a few things I would have otherwise left at her house, and walks me to the door. I know you are probably bored watching that with me again, but I still appreciate it. Thank you for being everything that you are. Please, take these. It was like Legend of Zelda. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. And it's like, hand me a sword. She hands me a plate of gift-wrapped macaroons. Yay! Cookies! You acquired Judy's macaroons. I was making those before you came over. Oh yeah, I think I saw the picture. That's why I couldn't come to the door immediately. I wanted to keep them a surprise for you for as long as possible. I wish I could do more, though. I wish. Hello? Okay. Judith dives into me and buries her head in my shoulder. I meant everything I said, you know. You're the kindest man I've ever met, and I appreciate the hug. Never allow anybody to let you think otherwise. Never. Okay. Judith backs away from me and begins making her way inside. What kind of flavor are the macaroons? Everyone's like, this is a serious moment and you're thinking about food. I'll see you soon, okay? Stay sweet. My ear itches. Okay. Hello? 18 through 20 have been recalled. Okay. Do I have to go back to the house to read that? You seemed like you had something serious going on. What are you reading? The text is too small.
Watch out. College boy coming through.
What is with the odd passive-aggressive / intrusive way everyone is talking to me? Like, I don't know you guys. Why is, like, my personal business everything for the town? And why does everything sound like it's just as... It's passive-aggressive, but it's like the minimum amount of passive required to not be aggressive. Like, it's like they're trying to be as aggressive as possible without crossing the line of not being polite or being direct. It's just like you're being assholes, but with subtlety.
Somebody I don't recognize says something to me while I'm walking. As nondescript and generic as this moment is, I still make an effort to smile and wave as we pass each other by.
I mean, I'm the same way. I mean, again, I feel like all the games I play is like the Lunar D8 Life Simulator. Especially Chaos Head Noah. But
yeah, I mean, I'm always smiling. I'm always friendly and polite and kind and friendly with everybody. And granted, I'm not very sociable. There's not really much occasion for such things, but I'm always kind and very polite to everyone. It's just my personality. I don't like not being polite. I mean, granted, there's situations where it's called for that. Heck, there's times where I've had to yell at the top of my lungs and cuss at certain people and been very not so happy, with how they were, but usually that was absolute extreme situations. Heck, there was this one situation where there was this dude who's like 6.5 feet tall. He was in the Marines. He works as a police correctional person. And, well, he said a lot of things that were not very nice. So I did some yelling and cussing at him at the top of my lungs. Because I was standing up for other people who I cared about. That being said, yeah, I was fully aware the person could have kicked my fucking ass, and there's no chance I could have possibly won. But there are some circumstances where that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how outclassed you are. Yeah. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. But I was angry. I tend to prefer not being angry. I don't like it. I like violent video games, but I don't like being all confrontational, yelling and arguing, especially. I prefer to just chill. I find myself at the local library. Lucky for me, Emma was here too. As absorbed as he seems in his reading, I can't help but feel as if he was aware of my presence the moment I stepped into the lobby. He is looking right at me. That usually indicates awareness of presence. Ah, you're here. Excellent. Glad you could make it. We'll have to keep our discussion down. Unfortunately, there's a chess tournament happening over on the other side of the library. Did you finish your copy of the book, perchance? But I don't know if I actually did or not. Did I have to travel all the way back to my house to read the journal, or am I expected to remember things? Did video game me also have multiple concussions? Like I understand IRL me has really bad short-term memory, and sometimes I think I might have ADHD, and I'll talk about stuff and then I'll forget what I'm talking about and get confused.
But I don't think I'm as bad as this character. I at least hope not yet. Maybe it'll get worse with age. I assume I finished the book. Whatever the book is. Yep, finished up yesterday. Fantastic. There's lots of juicy stuff in here that I really would like to dig into with you. Again, what does it mean by regress? How do I normal save? Hopefully the game doesn't penalize me for saving. Yes? Because I know some games will penalize you if you make saves. Some don't. I had a gallery thing. Okay, perfect. A perfectly normal rocket, the symbol of human ambition. Okay. Gotcha. What happens if I do this? I don't know. We'll leave it be for now.
Namely, Marisalt. I'm interested to see what you thought of him as a character. Just give me a second to go to the bathroom, and then we can get started. By the time I take my seat and fish out my copy of The Stranger, Emil has already made his way back to me. After a brief acknowledgement of his presence, he sits down across from me and begins reading. The technique that the author uses is remarkable. So we like book club buddies? So we're like friends, but we also like read books. It sounds cool. That actually like it'd be like we both like read a manga and then we discuss the manga. That sounds really cool. He writes in such a way that although Marisalt is detached, he's still quite relatable. I believe that's what the kids call being in the steering wheel of one's faculties, right? Hardly the heroic type, though. Most people aren't. While he is technically the protagonist, and is clearly in a pitiable situation, I can't say he doesn't deserve what happened to him. Well, I mean, a lot of characters that are the most relatable to people tend to be not very heroic. Because I'll say this, I can't say how I would behave if put in certain situations. We all like to believe that we would do the brave thing and all that, but at the same time, I'm not delusional. I have no belief in myself as someone who's very capable of amazing feats that place me above others in terms of skill or dexterity or strength. Nor would I say, well, I'm no coward. I can't say I'd be the most courageous person in the world. Like, I'm not going to relish the idea of jumping into danger. You know, depression or not, I want to live. But most characters that are relatable are kind of pitiable. Take the characters from Konosuba or Ray Zero or Shinji Ikari. Shinji Ikari is made to be like what you would expect somebody to react to if, you know, one, they were raised by Gendo Ikari, and two, had a lack of any support, and three, were then expected to be on the front lines of a life and death battle. A lot of times, whether or not you behave in a certain way really depends on the situation. Like, if everything's peaceful, there's no need for you to have to step up. But at the same time, if there is a situation, doing such a thing would be very scary and carry very significant risks. I mean, obviously, if it's important enough, you bite the bullet and, take that risk. But I'm not stupid enough or reckless enough to, not acknowledge the danger of a situation and to just, like I said, depressed or not, I value my health and life and not being in pain. So, though of course many stories you can have a protagonist who is not exactly the hero of the story. Imagine if you had a Batman movie told from the perspective of one of the villains. But at the end of the day, the only reason why you would make a movie like that, would be if people would like it. At the end of the day, if you're making a movie, you're making it to entertain people. So, I guess the question is, how many people would actually enjoy such a movie? Because that's usually what they make a decision. They'll cast actors depending on who's going to be popular and who's going to bring in the most people in the seats. Same thing with sports. They prioritize people that can win and people that can draw a crowd. Because that's, how they make money. Also win awards and trophies and stuff. Tell me, what do you think of Marcel's greatest sin was? His refusal to be an honest member of society. The actual murder, he shot that guy 5 times. He's practically faultless. Society has failed him. It'd be nice if I knew the exact circumstances of this. I don't know. That's a rather spicy take. I'm not sure I entirely agree with the fatalist overtones of that statement. While he was given the gun by Raymond, Marcel is the one who pulled the trigger. Although I will agree that it was a bit surreal that his personality traits ultimately was used to prosecute him. I feel like, everyone's like, you should have read the story. I'm like, I didn't know I was in a book club. So as much as I don't agree with the whole of your statement, it does present us with a glimpse of the truth. The world has no use for an estranged person like Marcel, and so he was instantly vilified in a court of his peers. The nail that sticks up is hammered down, as they say, but perhaps the swiftest of the hammer is an evil in of itself. If society has no use for you, then you are purged from society. Yeah, I understand the utilitarian aspect of people have to have a function in society, but at the same time, people have, the greatest purpose for their life is for their life itself. You don't have to be accomplishing some great goal. Now, is it good to always be working toward a goal? Yes. But sometimes it's good to have downtime. Sometimes it's good just to spend time with family or friends or pursuing an interest. Like, even if I were to spend more time playing guitar or keyboard, I'm never going to make money off of that, same as making these videos. I'm never going to make a cent off of it. But just because the hobby isn't productive or giving me any sort of net benefit that's tangible, doesn't mean I don't see value in it. So, and beyond that, if we're talking about jury trials, technically the point of a jury trial is, one, to make sure that if there's any reasonable doubt that the person wasn't guilty of the crime, then they don't get punished for it. The whole idea is that you don't wind up punishing innocent people. It's also so that the government can't use tyrannical power and oppress people. It's so that the people can have more dignity and freedom from a government that might otherwise, behave like some of the kings of the past or religious extremists. The other thing is that there can be other things, such as even if the jury wants to prosecute the person in question, if there are legal concerns about the ethical nature of how evidence was procured or other things that had happened, then it could, throw the case out where the person can't be prosecuted. You can also have some situations where people like a presidential pardon or something can take place. And of course you're like, well, isn't that like somebody being above the law? And the idea is at that point, politicians, heck, very much like preachers, are people that get a lot of their power from being able to be likable by people. And heck, a lot of times if you're voting for a politician, while some people do vote for a personality, a lot of times it's more important that you vote based on policy. Like the weirdest thing is there are some people that will refuse to vote for someone because they're like bald or something. But at the end of the day, even if a person has a personality that you find off-putting, if the person has policies that you agree with, it's better to vote for someone whose personality you don't care for than someone whose personality you seem to like, but you don't like what they're actually selling. Now, of course, to some degree, yes, it is a popularity contest, and usually it's a sort of two people being like sleazy car salesmen. They're trying to be as charismatic or manipulative as possible, and a lot of times most politicians are just the people who are the best liars or manipulators. And many are corrupt. But any person of, whether it's politics or religion or anything with a leader, you have to be able to sway people to your side. People that see like what. But of course, in order for you to have conviction for whatever it is that there has to be something to have convictions about. So that means there has to be some situation in society that is important enough to take a side on. So it just depends on what's going on and what you're trying to do. But another thing with the jury trial is that even if you're found completely guilty of whatever crime you're accused of, the jury can still choose to find you innocent anyway. They can even declare it as, we find you actually guilty of the crime, but we decide that you should not be punished with the punishment being given by the judge. Meaning it's possible for the jury to openly declare that they actually just straight up do find that the person is guilty, but they refuse to prosecute him as such. Mainly these would be situations where they find that the government has done something wrong, that is an abuse of power, or they look at the circumstances of the accused in question and decide that if they themselves were in that person's situation, they would have done the same. Either because they decide that whatever crime the person's committed, that actually is not wrong in the situation, or that they have understanding that even if it is still wrong, that they themselves would have done the same thing in the same circumstance, at which point you can still find someone innocent, even if you acknowledge their guilt. It's meant to be a fair way of justice. That's probably why there is so much pressure placed on people like us once we graduate. Still, as heartless as the world can be, ultimately we are the only ones responsible for our actions. I agree completely. Granted, I have to say I've had some misgivings about certain things from even back when I graduated school. That being said, life is ours to lead. So I can't really blame anyone else for anything, but I also can't exactly condone them, basically being assholes about it either. Basically, I'm not going to bother trying to blame them for shit turning out the way it did. But I'm sure as fuck not going to take their fucking jeers and condescension and let them try to talk shit about me. I was like, okay, fine. There's no purpose in me interacting with that person then. While I do like empathy and compassion and praise, I certainly as fuck won't demand it from somebody who doesn't want to give it from me, and I'm sure as fuck not gonna beg for it. Any praise or kindness I gladly receive, but at the same time, if somebody has no desire to give to me, then I have no desire to try to pull those teeth. Marisol could have behaved in a kind manner, even if it was a fake kindness. He could have refused the gun. He could have run away. But that's not what he chose. And I'm sure you know choices are everything. I feel like I really do need to read this book. Is it in my suitcase? Oh no, we were literally holding it. Why am I carrying a book with me? My question might have been a bit too reductive, though. I think our hero's fate can be ascribed to a conflux of different factors, rather than just one fault he might have has as a person. The reality, Marcel, is a man of many sins. So trying to narrow it down to one great sin is probably impossible for us. The only one who would know the true extent of his sins would be Marcel himself. Is that a French name? Or in this case, the author. I doubt outsiders like us are adequate judges. Still, it makes for a fun discussion. Yes, and again, I feel the same way on this. That even if I disagree with someone on something, whether it's the meaning of a story or whether or not I like or dislike a certain character, or even political or religious stuff. I mean, granted, there are certain things that are major issues to have a discussion over that are major problems, but those are things that are usually few and far between, and usually they're things that usually won't even come up. You won't even know about the person. And even then, most people really just tend to avoid certain discussions. But I don't mind having it, I'm okay with, talking to somebody and we disagree about certain things. I don't have to agree with someone entirely to respect them as a person or respect their stance. One, we can agree on some things, we can disagree on other things. It doesn't mean just because we disagree on a couple points of either religion or philosophy, or even on personal tastes, it doesn't mean we can't still just be civil and have rational, logical discussions with, actual politeness, not forced politeness that's just passive-aggressive shit hiding for the sake of, courtesy. But I mean, legitimately just having a nice conversation with somebody and you're okay, we disagree on something, we can discuss it, and at the end of the day, we're not going to fucking hate each other because we have a disagreement. We can listen to each other and respect each other's as a person and each other's point of view. It does make for a good discussion as long as both people are, not fucking assholes. I'm glad Judith was kind enough to recommend this one to us. Emma holds up the book in his hands and smiles. As always, she has remarkable tastes. I suppose it's no surprise that her preferred reading material turned out to be so divine. It's a rather grim subject matter for such a classy woman, though. But I suppose this wood of all of ours is full of a little Curiosity is like that, isn't it? Emil checks its pocket watch, furrowing his brow in the process. I'm afraid we'll have to end it there, though. I didn't realize I'd kept you for so long. There are a few things I have to let you know before we depart, however. Emil gets up from his chair and leans in next to me, lowering his voice as he speaks. My hypothesis was right. The underworld is now completely barren. Do we have, superpowers? Were we, doing, Persona 27? I've been going in after midnight with Ashton to check for hostiles. Why am I imagining the Final Fantasy battle music? We've scoured every square inch of that place. Unfortunately, it seems like limiting all of them did not have an effect on what time we can actually enter. We still only have that 10-minute window after midnight. Okay. However, for the time being, I think it's safe to assume there was a casualty between the sudden death incidents and those monsters. So as long as things are peaceful back there, Siren's call should also remain safe. Emil moves back from my ear, now speaking in a much more relaxed tone. I'll likely be doing some more research on that environment, so after you've left. After all, there is still so much about it that we don't know, so until that opening closes for good, I'll make sure our team is both informed and safe. I know this is likely nothing you aren't already aware of, but I figured you would gain some degree of comfort hearing this information from me directly, especially considering recent accusations regarding your actions. Emil bites his lips, breathes out a heavy sigh. About that, by the way, I'm willing to observe if Violet's claims have any merit. No? If there is an objective and observable negative change in the population, I will do my best to record it and report my findings. I will even take steps to reverse it, if that's possible. What is happening? What does this have to do with crabs? What does it have to do with hurricanes? Why is there a rocket ship that is my cursor above everything? So for the time being, I will prioritize my field research. I don't know if you two are still together, but if you see her today, would you kindly let her know that I'm willing to be amicable about this even after her assertions? Okay. And everyone's like, why'd you burp? Because I needed to burp. Now I needed a cough. Emil grabs my shoulder and stares intensely at me, as if his eyes were a shovel digging into wet soil. Know this, even in your absence, we will keep this town safe. That's good, but why do we have magical super enemies? Go Power Rangers. And no matter what is said or what ends up happening, we will keep you safe. Thank you. You have nothing to worry about. Emil pulls away and smiles. We should probably return to our books now, seeing as you're not going to be back here for a while. Shall we then? We place our copies of The Stranger on the front desk and thank the librarian, who smiles absent-mindedly as she accepts our returns. Emil, now likely done with his session of the library, escorts me into the lobby. Ow, my back hurts. Ow. Well, it looks like this is it for now, at least. There's still so much I'd like to discuss, but I suppose it's best for us to wait until your next visit. In the meantime, I will do my best to act as your viceroy. If anything of note occurs in your absence, you can trust me to mail you the details as soon as possible. Thank you. Emma walks over and shakes my hand, giving me his pocket watch. In the process, thank you? Thank you for the great discussions. I acknowledge Emma's sincerity with a reassuring thumbs up. I'll see you soon. Stay sharp. Okay. Hello? It's later than you think it is. I mean, I have a pocket watch. I can keep track of time now. So I assume Violet's going to be here at the end of the day? Violet's house? Okay, So is this whole place called Siren's Call? Where are we? We're in Florida. Why does this... This looks like a crab's claw, right? I mean, this is where it opens up in the middle like this. Is it supposed to look like that? Okay. Well, I like the style. It's adorable. Hey, kid. How's your lady friend doing? That seems very rude. I mean, maybe it just depends on the tone, but just... Somebody I don't recognize says something to me while I'm walking. That's awkward. As nondescript and generic as this moment is, I still make an effort to smile and wave as we pass each other by. August 12th. Why do I need constant reminders of the day? Andy is doing some pull-ups on a set of bright green monkey bars. At first, it almost seems like she's in some sort of trance, completely focused on the rhythm of her workout. Hello. Did I get a hug? Yay, hugs. Ira me doesn't remember what a hug feels like. But that's fine. I'll just get a pizza later. But then I step into her domain. What is this, Jujutsu Kaisen? And like some sort of homicidal jungle predator flings herself into the air and starts barreling toward me. Hey there, Slim. Glad you finally made it. Without missing a beat, Andy stands up straight, walks over, and slaps me on the butt. I don't mind that at all. You ready to run? We don't have a whole lot of time left to dawdle, you know. Come on, let's get out there. She's already several yards away from me by the time I'm done processing everything that's just happened. As silly as exercise seems right now, I know better than to try and fight her on this. And so I do as I'm told, and start jogging after my friend. Our route pretty much takes us all over the island, with the exception of a few motivational insults to keep me moving. Andy stays mostly quiet as we cut our way through Siren's Call. That is, of course, until we get to his house. Andy peeks over at the dilapidated fence, staring into the dark grove of palm trees and ferns, including shrouding Ashton's home. His TV isn't on. I swear, if that boy is out working, I'm gonna bop him into next week. I'm so confused. Why would... Hey, Trashton, unless you're
ambidextrous. There's no way you're going to be able to jerk it with a broken wrist. What is happening? What? Okay, you guys don't like each other, but I'm confused. You'll have blue balls the rest of your pathetic little life. Are you good with that? Andy waits for some sort of response. It's really baiting someone, but no light flicks on from within the house and no voices come bearing sarcastic retorts from the bramble. Unreal. Moron, doesn't he know that your body can't heal itself up if you keep putting pressure on it? I mean, obviously that's common sense, but IRL, real life, you don't get that choice. Like, I work a job that's physical manual labor. I tend to work 50 hours a week. And, I've sprained my ankle to the point that it was any worse, I would have basically crippled myself. And I've also sprained the tendons and my right arm, which has been continually hurting for about a few months now, since I do a lot of lifting and use a reciprocating saw. Not that it's building any fucking muscle. It's just you're constantly, no matter what I do, whether it's going to the gym or doing my job, I tend to be falling apart and get hurt all the time. But the main point is this: yes, you do need time to recover. But at the same time, if you have to work, you can't just not work. You have to just take some extra ibuprofen and just deal with the fact that it is physically painful to do what you need to do in order to get, do your job. I mean, it sucks, but, you don't really get a choice in the matter. Spiral Athletics. Huh. You guys remember Gurren Lagann? It's an anime. You guys probably haven't heard of it. If he's out lifting boxes with his bum of a father when he should be resting, she grits her teeth and begins sprinting away from the property. Oddly enough, the air around me is insult-free for the remainder of our jog. Okay. After some time, Andy and I reach the halfway point of our normal route, the arid walkway in front of our old high school. Andy, for some reason, looks as though she's about to vomit. Okay. I barely have any time to rest before she turns back around and starts jogging again. Sorry, but we're not stopping here. Even if the rest of us are still alive, that school always reek of death. So I assume something really bad happened there. And nothing can change that. I kind of feel like everybody would just, in that circumstance, would just move to a different city. Come on, I'm not slowing down. We'll do our stretches back at the park, alright? And then why do we take this route? Even though my body is numb with fatigue, I do as I'm told and follow Andy. Okay? After what feels like hours, we finally make it back to the park. I find the nearest bench and collapse on it. Andy, unfazed, throws her right leg up on a picnic table and begins stretching. Oliver, we've been over this. If you don't stretch immediately after running, you're just going to be sore in the morning. Get up, you need to get in the habit of doing this. After psyching myself up a bit, I do as I'm told and walk over to Andy. We stretch our bodies using the crusty wood of the picnic table to prop ourselves up. Hope you realize how important it is to actually do this kind of stuff. Even if you're okay with being sore tomorrow, you need to be able to defeat the voice in your head that's telling you to relax. That's the real reason we do this, Captain. It's not even really about being healthy, it's more about being able to win every argument you have with yourself. It's about destroying the parts of you that are weak. It's about willpower. It's about Vegeta! Heck, you guys ever watch Cyanide and Happiness? Ted Bear? I feel like Ted Bear has the same voice and personality as Aizen from Bleach, especially in the Bleach abridged. Heck, I enjoy the anime Overlord. The Sacred Kingdom movie should be out in a month or two.
Andy smiles at me, clearly satisfied with her monologue, and sits down on the table, signaling to me that our workout is over. You see, right now you're still inexperienced, so your mind is like a ball of wet clay. When outside forces put pressure on it, it'll conform into whatever shape needs to be in order to be comfortable. Exercise is an outside force, except unlike most things, we get to decide when we're exposed to it. Which is perfect. If we know that pain is coming, then we can use it. We can use the pain to condition ourselves and fight those urges to be comfortable. We can use it to kill the parts of us that are slow and weak. And once that weak part of you is dead, there is nothing left but strength. Which I promise is going to come in handy once you start doing all-nighters or whatever. Your brain is going to be all, I can just do this essay in the morning. I should sleep, blah blah blah. And you're going to be, shut up, brain! You don't control me! And then you'll think, wow, Andy's so cool for making me stretch, and I should buy her something nice next week when I go to visit her and Judy. So yeah, get good. So you and Judy are sisters. Then is Lawrence Violet's mom? And okay. So yeah, get good. Thank you for worrying about me, Coach. You really think college will be that difficult? That was quite the monologue. Okay, I'll just say thank you. Of course, it'd be stupid if I wasn't worried. As dependable as you are, I don't think anybody can be fully prepared for adulthood. Yeah, the old farts like to shoot advice our way any chance they get, but the truth is that adulthood is an entirely different beast for each person. We have no way of knowing if that worked for them is going to work out for us. Yeah, things have changed between generations. It does kind of feel a bit hopeless. There's no way you can know for sure what's going to happen when you get to Asheville. Yeah, I mean, you never know. I mean, there's always risk, and tomorrow's never guaranteed. And things do change with generations. But all you can do is just do your best and try to make the most of things. You could get mugged outside of the airport or seduced by one of your dorm mates, only to find that they're a mass murderer who keeps their victims' severed toes in a jar. Or, you know, biology might be kind of tough. In all honesty, it could be fine. Really, it could. But you don't know what's going to happen to you. There's no way you can know. So the only thing you can do is make sure you're strong enough to handle anything the outside world throws at you. If some maniac tries to chop your toes off, I want to be able to make sure you have a strong enough body to take them on. And a strong enough mind not to panic once you realize what's going down. Because if anything were to happen, well, you're like family to me at this point. Thank you. Judy would be devastated. Which reminds me, I'm sure you already know that Judy wants to see you one last time before you leave, right? I already went and saw her. Also, what is the regress thing? I'm so curious about that. So each one of them's had a little message. Stay kind, stay sharp, stay strong.
Have you gone to see her yet, Oliver? Why would I lie to her? Yeah, I've seen her. Okay, killer. I know you probably had a date with Violet today or something, so thanks for setting aside some time to say goodbye to my sister. I wouldn't have looked good if you went to hang out with me and didn't even acknowledge her. But you probably already knew that, didn't you? You knew how rotten that would have been, which is why you beat me to the punch. How proactive. Anywho, that was the last thing I was really worried about. If you've already been to the house, then I don't need to go back just yet myself. Might as well keep working out. I'll let you go, though. You've still got people left to see, I'm sure. But you should probably go home and wash up first. You smell rank. Not sure how much your real girlfriend would appreciate that healthy musk of yours, if you know what I'm saying. Andy leaps from her seat and slaps me on the back, wishing me luck with my future endeavors. Strangely enough, her last piece of advice for me is to stay hydrated. Cool, I promise I will, and make my way out of the park where Andy starts doing push-ups in the grass. Oliver, wait. Yeah, what's up? Andy bullets toward me, gripping something in her right hand. I almost forgot to give you this. She hands me a brand new water bottle. Thank you. You acquired water bottle. You can't stay hydrated without a water bottle, after all. I mean, you can, but it probably won't end well. Okay. Don't worry, though. I've never used it before. I had plenty of fresh ones left over from my sponsorship. Make sure it gets lots of use, okay? When I see you again, I want you to be so ripped that I barely even recognize you. So get on it. Defeat the weakness that rots within your soul. I acknowledge Andy's sincerity with a reassuring thumbs up. Okay. 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 Thanks for lending us your strength, Captain. I'll see you soon. Stay strong. Cool. Pages 7 through 14 have been recalled. Do I have to go home to read that? Evening, 3.5 hours left. Okay, we're making our... Everyone's like, you're being a terrible boyfriend. I'm like... What? What's that? What? Hey there, Oliver. Lovely weather we're having today, huh? Somebody I don't recognize says something to me while I'm walking. As nondescript and generic as this moment is, I still make an effort to smile and wave as we pass each other by. Okay. Ash is sitting outside Jake's crab bucket playing on his cell phone. Have you been here the whole day, man? He seems to notice me approaching, though, and he gets up from his seat, flipping his phone closed in the process. Do you work here? Is this your job? Hey, dude. He looks at me for a second before turning toward the restaurant. You hungry? I'm hungry, so let's get some food. Oh, and I'm buying, but you gotta order water if you're thirsty, right? Okay? You can get whatever food you want, but I'm not paying $3 for a soda. Money's kinda tight right now. I got you, man. I know this economy, buddy. It doesn't take long for Ash to place her order. I always get a steakhouse burger whenever I come here anyway. I guess he's picked up on that. He even remembers I like mine medium rare and tells the waitress as much during our order. It's a real treat to watch him to be accommodating like this, given how abrasive he sometimes is. Normally, whenever the six of us eat, Ash just plays on his phone until the food arrives, letting Emil and Judah do most of the strategizing. There's nothing normal about today, though, is there? I'm gonna be real, man. Things were really shitty before I met you. I do see the bandage on your arm, so I assume it got hurt in our, Persona Final Fantasy battles? Ash immediately jumps into it, as brazen as always. He fiddles with the bandage on his wrist before eventually squeezing with his right hand. And even after that, I was still pretty sure that summer was going to be lame. No offense. I had all planned out. I was going to work with Dad on the weekdays, maybe hop online at night and play some ThePenSword with you and Emil. I was going to keep on trying shit like that over and over again the next day until I started feeling like an actual adult, I guess. That was the plan. That was my plan. It was all I had. Ashen scowls, putting more pressure on his wrist. Never thought I'd end up being a hero. I didn't even know something like that was possible for a guy like me. I always thought I was just some jerk. Just another one of those punks at school nobody gives a damn about once you're not stuck in the same class as them anymore. The kind of kid that's stuck being a kid forever. It's crazy how things ended up, though. How's the recovery going? My wrist? Yeah, it'll heal. It stings a bit, though. I don't know if you saw, but that thing bit down to the bone when it attacked me. If it wasn't for Emil jumping in, I'd probably have a hook for a hand. What is this, like Baki the Grappler meets Resident Evil? Do we have zombie dogs attack us? What happened here? Did you have to fight Nemesis? Which would be dope, but a lot harder to explain to my old man. Know what I mean? Kinda excited to see how the scar ends up looking, though, not gonna lie. I don't really know what I'm gonna do, though. All the important stuff is over, so I guess it's time for me to start acting like an actual adult. Again, I'm not sure what the whole regression thing is. Click. I hope there's no function that punishes me for... Oh, there's a picture here. Art of Judith, every part of this outfit handmade by Judith herself, unlocked by investigating everything in Violet's house during the opening act. But why would... Okay. Oh, this must be Violet. Or Miss Lawrence. No, I was talking to her on the phone. Miss Lawrence, back when life was good, art done by Rice. You know, I was thinking about a different picture being the thumbnail, but... Let me double check OBS. Bah! Everyone's like, that's annoying. I had to make sure it was actually recording. But yeah, I'll use this instead because... Okay. And... Okay. Okay. Return. Working at B Mobile and with Dad probably isn't going to cut it, though. I don't want to be one of those dudes that peaked when he was 18. I don't think that's going to be good enough anymore. But it'll be pretty hard to top everything that's happened to us. When I do, though, I want to be able to let my brother in arms know about it. So, Ashton places something on the table. It's a brand new cell phone. Oh, I do need one of those. Along with a pretty slick looking case to go on. Thanks. This is for you. I'm not going to be able to be one of those guys you're friends with high school and then never end up talking to you again. I can't help but try and hide my discomfort as Ashton slides the phone across the table. What? You weren't going to buy one anyway. So take it. We had some spares laying around the house anyway. I mean, you do work at a phone store, so I'm sure Dad won't miss it. I do as I'm told, and put Ashton's gift in my backpack. You're the only one of us actually leaving Florida, so I figured you're the one who needed the phone the most. True. Thank you. Emil, Judy, and Andy are all within walking distance, and Violet isn't leaving Siren's calling time soon. So that only leaves you. We can talk about what happened with other people, so it's important. We still have a way to keep in touch, isn't it? Like we fought together, dude. We bled together. We are Spartans. You're not just going to drop off the face of the earth, right? I mean, there'll be some days I might not want to get out of bed. Huh, since I have the option to do the regression thing, like, I could also just click here and be like, nope. I'm just going to leave you hanging. Okay, cool. You better keep to that. When I start my new badass life as an adult, I want you to be able to know all about it. Cool. Good for you, man. Don't tell the others, but I've been thinking about getting a houseboat while I would move out of my dad's place. I hear those are popular in Florida. Got no idea what I'm going to do for a job, though. I mean, you could try shrimp business. You got a boat. I know pirates aren't really a thing anymore, but well, how about detectives? We've got some experience solving mysteries now, don't we? Maybe if the whole higher education thing doesn't work out, you can move back down here and the two of us can start something up. Reminding me a way for the turn what we did in the underworld into something that makes us some serious cash. It'd be nice to keep doing what we've been doing, but actually get paid for it. What do you think about that, my dude? We talk about Ashton's ideal future until our food arrives. Yay, food. After a bit, we finish eating, and Ashton, true to his word, foots the bill. Damn, I guess this is it, huh? I'm sure you got other things you gotta do, so I'll leave you to it. Ashton walks over and hands me a small slip of paper with his phone number on it. Give me a call once you've touched down in Asheville, alright? I love you, bro. Thanks for the adventures. I acknowledge Ashton's sincerity with a reassuring thumbs up. I'll see you soon. Stay cool. Okay. Pages 2 through 6. So page 1. Hi? Hello? When you paint a big fake smile on your face, it only takes a little rain to wash it off. Remember that. Okay. Hello? I'm pretty much out of time, and so I go back to Violet's house and pack the rest of my things. Eventually, Miss Lawrence comes home, and we load everything I own into her car. As we're about to leave, though, Miss Lawrence gets a dangerous weather alert on her phone. Apparently, a once benign tropical storm off the coast has swollen to the size of a massive hurricane, suspending not just my flight, but every flight that's going out of Florida. Looks like I won't be leaving Siren's call anytime soon. How unfortunate. Goodbyes failed. Try again. Okay. Oh, we're back in the morning again. You have no new messages. Saved message. Okay, that's what do you mean journal? Oh my god, there's so many pages. A gift. Oliver, I have written... Oh, Emil wrote this. I have written you some more notes that might be nice to refer to in the coming days. These are likely the last batch, as between the two of us we should be enough on the same page to proceed with things accordingly. I appreciate you going so far outside of your comfort zone with all of this. I know it isn't always easy to work with others, even those you consider close friends. In the face of that difficulty, consider the remaining pages in this journal as a gift. After all, you are the only other person I know that goes through paper so voraciously. I do read and write voraciously. Heck, I tend to get a bit carried away anytime I do write or talk about things. I try not to, but... So this book is a gift from Emil, and he wrote the first entry for me. I respect that, so do with these extra pages as you wish. Moreover, try not to be shy about sharing your craft. We all admire it. By my craft... Okay. Page 2, the Underworld. Setting foot in the Underworld is an unsettling experience. Most of the ground is rigid and spongy, like, what is it, the fucking nether? Like Minecraft? Are there gas? Can I get, what's that name of that white stone? I can't remember. Quartz. We're going to build a building out of quartz? Like the flesh of a corpse. And there is no wind at all, as though the air itself has been killed and left for dead. To be a living thing surrounded by death is not how any of us imagine spending our summer. To be certain, I don't think any of us ever truly got accustomed to it, but perhaps that's a good thing, as it's dangerous to keep complacency at bay. As for how we access the underworld itself, I pray that the dark portal within Violet's locker is the only one in existence, as it is harrowing to think that there could be others. The underworld is certainly a nightmare come to life, or what life it could come to. There are no other humans, only sirens and wisps reside there. The former are murderous and disturbing to behold, while the latter do not even acknowledge our existence. So the wisps ignore us, and the sirens are not so nice. It does seem that this world is linked to ours by more than just the portal, however. Liquids we carry into the underworld via the vials of the... No idea how to pronounce that. Smanth? Samath? Are transmuted into other things, and if feeding the sirens has appreciable effects on our world. Despite all this, it's hard to say whether the underworld truly runs parallel to our world, but both my pocket watch and Ashton's phone tick by very slowly. So it's reasonable to conclude that time passes at a deprecated pace here. Still, there is definitely a link, although whether it extends past the town of Siren's Call or not remains to be seen. The underworld is shrouded in mysteries, some of which may be better left unsolved.
The Sirens. The Sirens are horrifying creatures to behold. They take many forms, as they are effectively their own species with several different breeds. Although they all have some common traits, they lack human legs. Their eyes are glassy, and they always reside on or close to a slate. Sirens often have means of physical attack, such as claws, barbs, and tentacles that sprout from various orifices. However, the most dangerous aspect of a siren is its song, since the vocal cord of a siren are capable of producing otherworldly arias and cries. These songs can evoke a wide range of human emotion, including fear, anger, joy, sorrow. Against unprotected ears, these emotions are amplified to their extremes. Fear becomes paralysis, anger provokes uncontrollable rage, joy leads to unhealthy infatuation, and so on. Mysteriously, sirens can also sing to their environment to beckon their dead surroundings to life. Some sirens sing to the rigid ground to trigger an earthquake, to the dead air to summon bone-chilling gusts, and to the crimson skies to beckon a storm of meteors. That is why we wear modified noise-canceling headsets when facing them. They do not block the siren's songs entirely, but it makes it much harder to fall victim to them. When we destroy sirens, particularly the strong ones, it has an observable effect on our world. For instance, we had slain one group of particularly fat sirens one day. The next day, we saw several more people in our world going out for vigorous walks or bike rides. The parking lot of the gym was full, and the crab bucket had more customers than the grub burger. For once, they seemed quite territorial, and they have no regard for the lives of wisps or humans. I consider it fortunate that they generally do not hunt us down, so that we can at least engage the nightmares at our own pace. Slates. The slates are slabs of stone that protrude from the sickly ground of the underworld. Upon most slates, one or more sirens reside. Generally, sirens await approach of a human or a wisp before becoming aggressive. Although the stares of their glassy eyes up to that point are impossible to ignore, while they are aggressive, most of them will not stray more than 20 meters from a slate. It is safe to say that they are territorial of these stones. Are they protecting the slates, or do they simply not wish to stray too far from a zone of comfort? It's impossible to say, because there doesn't seem to be anything special about the slates themselves, at least not from what I can tell. The slates are also nearly indestructible. All attempts from Ashton and Andy and their muses to destroy the slates have failed to result in as much as a scratch. Wisps. Wisps are interesting creatures. They generally resemble humans, at least in appearance, but all color has been drained to leave only thick, black liquid drops from their body, as though they are constantly bleeding, yet their body language does not indicate any pain. It would be impossible to tell their face if they feel any agony or not, as they lack faces. Instead of eyes, noses, or mouths, a gaping void occupies the space between their thin hair and formless jaws. They generally ignore us, as if we move around through the underworld, even if we bump into them, shove them, or even stab them, as Violet once did by accident. They continue to go about their aimless business. However, they are completely vulnerable to the songs of the sirens, which causes them to do unpredictable things that often lead to them hurting themselves. In the worst of such cases, they die. However, even if they die, death does not appear to be permanent for them, as they will reappear at the spot which they died mere minutes before they perish. So I assume the wisps. So I assume the sirens are like
monsters that are preying on humans, and the wisps are like shadow forms of humans that are existing in this realm, and the sirens can manipulate them to manipulate the people, and if a wisp gets hurt, it has a negative. Yeah, like the wisp is technically immortal as long as the human they're tied to is alive. But what it does is, like, okay, you killed a wisp got killed because of Siren song influenced them in a way to be self-destructive. The siren itself will come back to life, but the human it's tied to will suffer psychological and perhaps even physical damage. Psychological damage, I feel, is very straightforward. Physical damage could be like an immune system response, or possibly in some extremes, it weakens the overall health of the person. Maybe if a wisp tied to a person dies enough times, they just like die of a heart attack or something, or have a psychotic break. Anyway, I have to go to the bathroom, and after that, I'm gonna go downstairs and grab some tea. Okay, so you guys hold up a minute. I'm not gonna like edit anything here. I'm just gonna go pee and then wash my hands and grab some tea. I'll be back. So be patient. Thank you. Ow. I'm back, everybody. Sorry about that. Okay, next. The seed. The seed is an overwhelming source of negative energy, being that it is guarded by the most powerful siren of all. It is natural to think it may very well be a source of power for the sirens, since the sirens appear to both symbolize and encourage the worst of both the wisps and the underworld, and the humans of our world. Then destroying the seed should eliminate that negativity, and perhaps the sirens with it.
By proxy, this should eliminate the negativity of the town of Siren's call as well. Laziness, anxiety, discontent, and fury could be things of the past, at least for this town. I suppose this would make us heroes in a sense, but I don't expect we would receive any sort of fanfare for it, being that the underworld and its trappings are not, nor should they ever be, common knowledge. I can't speak for the others, but this is fine for me. This sort of work tends to be its own reward. Vials of Samath. Appearance: small glass. They're Estus flasks. Small glass bottles. Purpose: many, but primarily sustenance. Given that he is Ashton's muse. What? I'm confused. Are we talking like Guardian Forces? Like Final Fantasy? Ashton's muse. It perhaps comes as no surprise that Caldera's appetite is just as endless and reckless as his wielders. Although seeing as the other muses need no form of food or water, I do not think Caldera eats things to sate the same sort of hunger that we feel as humans, but more to aid us. Rather, Caldera is able and eager to use the heat and pressure within his body to effectively transmute things that he eats into other things. The vials of Samath are no exception, as they were produced by Caldera after he ate several scoops of gravel and sand off the ground of the rib cage. At first glance, they are ordinary, although beautiful, glass flasks, and Andy opted to use one as a fancy water bottle. She had filled one with water from the human world and carried with her into the underworld. However, when she took it out to take a drink, it was no longer clear water. It clear as water is, but rather had taken on a lime green hue. Judith tried to point it out to her, but Andy, of course, is not paying attention. This would prove to be insightful, however, as the cuts and bruises on Andy's knees started to close up and shrink before our eyes. Though through experimentation, we discovered that other liquids can be transmuted in a similar fashion, including, but not limited to, coffee, ibuprofen, and gasoline. Is the transmutation of liquids in the flasks an effect of the underworld, or the flasks themselves? Perhaps a combination of the two. It is hard to say. More research may be required. Nullifier. Appearance: modified headset. Oh, the earbud things. Purpose: defense against siren songs. Being that the sirens' primary means of attack is through their songs, it became an exceedingly good idea to engineer a means to counteract it, if only to take the edge off of their disabling effects. The local electronics store had several noise-canceling headsets on sale. Between Judith and myself, we were able to take the headsets and modify them so that we could block out the frequencies at which the sirens sang most often. Of course, it does not protect against everything that the sirens are capable of, but it does afford us a fighting chance. Thankfully, our muses seem not to need them, which is a relief, because I have no idea how we would get a headset on a hedgehog. Are we going to battle with Sonic the Hedgehog? We must never go into the underworld without wearing them, as they are our first line of defense against the sonic assault of the sirens. Huh. And like tune different tunes. Is it like status effects? Like it's like choosing, do you want to be like more immune to sleep or to venom? The Widowmaker. Appearance: bass guitar with red strings. Purpose: weapon for use against sirens. At first glance, the Widowmaker seems like an ordinary bass guitar. In its original incarnation, it was an ordinary bass guitar. Our leader had it lying around and decided that it would be the best thing to use as a weapon against the Sirens. Indeed, it is as good as most things its size for battering and smashing. While the frame of the guitar is surprisingly sturdy, please, anyone out there, don't actually use your guitar because, one, you will break your guitar. Two, even if you don't shatter it, you will, one, fuck up its ability to actually properly work. And again, why would you damage your guitar? Originally, strings were not. It snapped shortly after a few swings. Our leader was content to keep using it despite its broken strings, but Violet had an interesting, if morbid, idea to replace the strings of the guitar with vocal cords of a siren. Okay. Judith and I set ourselves on a rather baleful task of restringing the guitar. The procedure was unsettling. I bet it was, and was the end result, as was the end, but I cannot deny its effectiveness. When our leader plays notes on the restrung guitar, the song of the sirens echo from the chords. So long as he can learn and remember the sequences of the notes, he can fight the sirens with the same songs they use against us. Of course, if all else fails, we can still swing it as an axe, as he previously did, and the vocal cords seem to never snap. Okay. Razor chrome brush? Simple paintbrush. I assume this is Violet's weapon. Purpose: weapon for use against sirens. It's no secret that Violet has an affinity for painting. It stands to reason that she has quite a collection of brushes made from the hairs of many different animals, including squirrels, hogs, and goats. Since Violet has no experience in martial arts or using any sort of weapon, she decided to bring a hog bristle paintbrush with her into the underworld. In all fairness, the bristles are strong and flexible, which are good qualities for a weapon to have, but its range is pitiful and lacks any sort of edge or weight. It is poorly suited for harming anything but a fragile canvas. This would change, however, when she decided to weave bits of the siren's hair into the brush and then sharpen it through the treatment of turpentine and aluminum. Now the brush is actually sharp enough to pierce skin and muscle tissues with enough force. So it's a dagger? Additionally, because the brush... So I have an axe that shoots magic fireballs, and she can stab people. Additionally, because the brush still holds paint and paint-like substances, Violet also brings several brightly colored solutions with her into the underworld. The solutions resemble paint, but they are most certainly not. As hydrocarbon-based paint, poisoning is not nearly as fast-acting or as deadly as the elements Violet inflicts upon the sirens with the solutions. Bat out of hell. Heavily modified baseball bat. Purpose: weapon for use against the sirens. Only Ashton would think of attaching a flamethrower to a wooden baseball bat to create a veritable Franken-weapon. I don't think a weapon like this could ever be safe for the wielder, despite Judith's best attempts. I myself would question its effectiveness, since the fire is often superfluous, but it certainly gets the job done. In situations where Ashton cannot get close enough to Siren, he can simply spray fire all over them. I really don't have too much to say there. The weapon speaks volumes for itself between its insane concept and its hacky construction. At least it doubles as a torch in dark areas, so there is that, I suppose. Okay. Indomitable Fist. I assume this is Emil. Cloth wraps, so he's like Zell from Final Fantasy VIII. Weapons for use against sirens. Oh no, it's Andy! Okay, so she's the one who's the martial artist. Okay, cool. Andy's belief was, and still is, that the human body is the greatest weapon of all. In some ways, I find it hard to disagree, as the body can be strengthened repeatedly, repairs itself often, and cannot be stolen or knocked out of one's hands. She has some knowledge of Taekwondo and Muay Thai, so it follows that she would use her fists and
feet to fight the Sirens. While this does mean that Andy needs to be closer up than any of the rest of us right in the face of a Siren, for those that have faces anyway. She can also get into and out of that range with amazing speed. Sometimes I think she gets a bit too excited when throwing sequences of punches. I'm just imagining her like throwing combos and kicks like it's fucking Tekken. It can be mistaken for savagery to those who don't know her, but I cannot blame her for applying 100% of herself in a fight for her life and the lives of others. Onimaru Kunitsuna, I assume it's a sword? Ornamental katana! Weapon for use against Sirens. I concede it's not the real Onimaru Konitsuna, otherwise it would not have cost only $200, and the mere act of holding it would probably be an international felony. Even so, it's close enough for me. The satisfaction that comes from drawing and sheathing the blade has never ceased to please me, even after 6 years of practice. Now all of that practice pays off, as our endeavors into the underworld afford me an opportunity to use it against the Sirens. It is said that the samurai of ancient Japan would slay not only enemies of their ruling daimyo, but also of the oni, or demons. Although the underworld is a name that we have transposed upon the nightmare residing within the locker, why are these things existing inside Violet's locker? Why there? The Sirens are certainly demonic in appearance, and perhaps even in nature. That means that this sword is a rather perfect fit, both for myself and for the task at hand. All I must do is ensure that the edge is well maintained, as that too is an aspect of Bushido that comes with the respect to the blade and to oneself. It's mainly about discipline. Bushido's interesting. Like, I'm a Christian, but I do find it interesting to study everything. I do find aspects of Buddhism and the Qigong, the Tai Qigong, so whatever, how you want to pronounce it. The Tao, the Tao. I don't agree with all of the philosophy and stuff, but it's interesting to read bits of other philosophies and take the pieces that I think suit my and in general, I just like to read. The Star Schiffer MK4 Potato Cannon, weapon for use against Sirens. After a few hilarious failed attempts, Judith and I managed to construct a potato cannon using an old leaf blower and some spare parts from Ashton's dad's garage. It is simple enough in its construction, as it is a cannon that shoots potatoes at over 100 miles an hour. Judith can fire other things from it, but mostly potatoes have proven to be the most cost-effective ammunition. Due to a slight glitch in the combustion component that launches the potato, the cannon also superheats the potato itself. The bad news is that it needs to cool down between uses, but the good news is that the potatoes wind up exploding shortly after they emerge from the cannon's barrel. This is rather effective for dealing with groups of Sirens, as they are not unaffected by the force of the explosions or by the scalding burns of the piping hot potato mush. So it's kind of like a very slow to reload large caliber shotgun. So Judith's basically Master Chief with like an 8-gauge shotgun, but she can only shoot like one round. Very terrible refractory period. Okay, everyone else's muses. Okay, so We had a muse that was a hedgehog. So we had Sonic the Hedgehog, Cardala, which I assume is my muse? Okay, Oliver's muse, Bristful. Our leader was the first among us to enter the underworld, thus I suppose it's like personas or guardian forces or summons or Lydens. Thus I suppose it's only fitting that his muse would take on the appearance of an angel. Oh right, my name's Oliver, right. Okay, so my summons so Emil's is the hedgehog. So Emil has a katana and Sonic the Hedgehog. I have my bass guitar that shoots fireballs made from organs of people. And I have an angel. Air quotes. Looks majestic and invincible, but looks can be deceiving. He is made entirely of wax. Mind you, wax is sturdier than you'd think, but it stands little chance against intense flames. Furthermore, his ability to fly is quite limited. I would liken it more to hovering, really. Still, I suppose the upside to Bristfall's wax composure is that he can meld himself into a number of different forms to overcome almost any foe. Muse, working defense, a manifestation of an individual's least desired mode of existence. Muse. Working. A muse is a manifestation of an individual's least desired mode of existence, as well as a source of the kind of power that individual desires most in life. Okay, that's quite the paradox. Heck, I have a book about paradox I probably should get back to reading at some point. So it's a manifestation about the least desired mode of existence, as well as the source of power the individual desires most in life. Okay, so I desire angel power, but I feel sad about something that relates me to being wax. Okay, and then Emil's got a hedgehog, so he feels bad about being somehow like Sonic the Hedgehog, but he wants to be able to spin dash. Violet's muse at China. Amongst all of our muses, Violet may be in possession of the most docile and adorable of them all. A lamb. Aw, I hope I get to see them later, and I hope it actually is adorable. And I hope scary Cthulhu stuff happens with it. This is not to say that China is incapable. In fact, it is quite the opposite. China possesses, Ekina, I don't know, several unique abilities that only she can use. Things that the rest of our muses simply cannot do, such as the manipulation of time and space, at least as far as the underworld is concerned. So she's a red mage. Okay, so mine can cast float, can modify stats, and Emil's got like a speed boost, like a flow acceleration if we're using Overlord Yggdrasil stuff. So she has like time magic, like haste and slow, some buffs and debuffs. Red mage. Okay. I cannot speak much for China's sturdiness, since it's rare to see that she even gets hit in much in the first place. The fleece shines blindly bright in response to attackers' drawing. So the lamb is part Krillin. Use solar flare. I do not think she'd be capable of taking too many hits, however, especially from the Siren's direct combat may be unwise. Okay. Ashton's muse, Caldera. Oh, no. Okay, Caldera. So the hedgehog is Ashton's. Ashton isn't one to mince words, which is good because Caldera has no words to offer. At a distance, it looks like he's just a golem made of rock. Thought he was a hedgehog. However, if one's... Oh, the 5/10 of there must be a hedgehog. Okay. You see veins made of magma running throughout his entire body just beneath the top layer of what seems to be a constantly regenerating granite armor. Curiously, the granite armor will always regrow back in the exact same pattern. If Caldera sustains heavy damage, his volcanic underskin is exposed, and it becomes extremely dangerous both to fight against and to fight alongside, as jets of magma spread out from his body with every punch and kick. Ashton fights alongside him with rather reckless, but perhaps this is for the better. Neither of them will grow complacent anytime soon. Okay, so Caldera is just a straight-up fighter who can make Estus flasks. Andy's Muse the 510th, which I assume is a Sonic the Hedgehog. Andy's Muse is exotic looking, to say the least. Where does the sloth end and the machine? So it's not a hedgehog, it's a half sloth, half cyborg mech warrior? Gundam? It's a Gundam. It's a Gundam that somehow got Full Metal Alchemist merged with a sloth. Oh, okay. The sharp organic claws are just as deadly as the blast of its laser cannons. Its just speed is certainly uncharacteristic of a regular sloth. So it's basically a turtle with a laser cannon. It's Blastoise, but with lasers instead of water. It's the fastest thing I've ever seen, if I could even see it in motion. Oftentimes the Sirens will be dead before a chance for proper combat has begun. Perhaps that is for the better, though. 5/10 may be strong, fast, and durable, but he lacks special skills and techniques regardless. It shares Andy's enthusiasm, which is wonderful, but also a bit jarring, considering that it's coming from a sloth of all things. My biology is a bit rusty, no pun intended, but one has to wonder, could a real sloth truly be this capable of the machinery capable of altering its temperament? Or does the temperament itself play in its capability? So Andy doesn't want to be lazy, but she wants to be she wants to have robot powers. Okay, take a drink of my tea. My own muse is fine enough. Crescendo. I suppose I cannot deny the resolve with which he fights. Although his skill more indirect in nature, Crescendo's sword does not hit as hard as Caldera's fist or 5/10's lasers, but the blade can be enchanted with several different prayers. I assume it's a hedgehog still, so it's like a holy hedgehog. So it's like silver. It's like if Sonic the Hedgehog was a paladin. Strikes from enchanted swords seem to have a number of harmful effects to the Sirens. For instance, their movement may slow to a painful crawl, they may go insane and attack one another, or their precious voices may be silenced and taken from them, rendering them unable to afflict us with their songs. At the risk of sounding self-inflating, I certainly think that the way he fights suits me, as the clever and thoughtful application of these ailments will go hand in hand with my ability to gather intelligence and scope out the Siren's weaknesses. Judith's muse, Bogasta? Bogata? Bugatti? Judith's muse, Bugatti. As if we had never seen Sirens beforehand. If we had never seen the Sirens beforehand, we might have all been horrified when Judith's muse came into being. She always has a wild look in her eyes, and I don't care to look any closer to see. If my first impression might be wrong, too risky. And yet, I don't mind the smell. In fact, Bugatti's spines are very strongly of caramel. Or is it caramel in this situation? I think that writing's caramel. In other words, what's the difference? Caramel is the harder substance, caramel is the softer substance. Also, it tends to be lighter in color and more sweet and less earthy in smell. So it's quite pleasant. I recall more vanilla-y. Ashton and I like chocolate and caramel together. I think everyone does, man. Stop being fat. I'm like, I like chocolate, okay? Detached spines, and Ashton went as far as to eat one? What? When Ashton's wounds closed up and he became strong enough to beat a siren to death without his trusty baseball bat, we knew we had stumbled upon something amazing. So it's a temporary healing potion that also gives a temporary buff. So kind of like humanity in Dark Souls. Bugatti can also curl into a ball around us to shield us from harm, as one might expect from a hedgehog, or a porcupine, or whatever she is. Okay, so Judith's Bugatti is a hedgehog. Everyone's like, it's not how it's pronounced. I don't know how to say words. Okay, so we have a porcupine, hedgehog, whatever. So what is crescendo then? Okay, it's got a holy sword, but what actually is crescendo? I have no idea. I'm going to assume it's like a bird or a monkey or something. I don't know. I have no way of knowing. Maybe it's a puppy dog with like a holy sword in its mouth like it's a stick. Maybe it's like a cat that can stand on its... I don't know. The rib cage. When our leader first told us that there was a locker that led to an alternate dimension, I thought he was insane. However, when I beheld the dark portal within the locker for myself, I knew then that the locker was the insane. The locker was the insane one. I would prove to be even more insane as I followed him. As my left foot remained on the steel floor of the locker, my right plunged forth onto something through the stargate that looked like gravel, but gave way like flesh, rigid and slightly spongy, but unyielding all the same. Is this what it was like to tread upon a corpse? The branched veins run along the bluffs and air certainly support that idea. The act of simply walking in this world still makes my stomach coil. Thankfully, I am not alone in feeling this. The ground is barren of floor and comprised entirely of this corpse gravel. It seems to stretch out in canyons for miles in what appears to be the 4 cardinal directions, or at least I think. It's hard to say for sure regarding directions because there is no sun. The closest thing is to a fragmented shimmering glow in the crimson sky. It seems appropriate to call this place the Nether, ribcage. Not only does it feel quite dead, but also seems to lead many other places. Okay. Pandora. A vein-laden hill stands roughly near the center of the ribcage. If one makes the climb to the top, a noticeable rise in temperature can be felt. Logically, I would think that a rise in elevation causes a drop in temperature, but perhaps the underworld is not the place for logic. At the highest point of the hill, a solid black sphere is suspended in the air roughly 2 meters off the ground. See a died? It's surrounded by 4 sides by slates, the domains of the Sirens, yet no Sirens dwell there. The sphere itself reflects no light, makes no noise, and is as large as the construction vehicle's wrecking ball, possibly even a bit bigger. All of us were very afraid to draw too close. On our first visit, even Ashton had to work at the curve to just throw a stick at it. It bounced off and didn't seem to have any effect. Thankfully, the veins running up to the hill fray off into brittle trees just before reaching the sphere, as though the underworld itself is afraid to touch it. All of this only begs the question, just what in God's name is it? Is it part of the underworld? If not, how did it get there? Is it alive? If so, how does it feel? Or is it something that completely inanimate? Too many questions for too many unknowns. But given the nature of the underworld, so far, I'm going to consider it dangerous until further notice. Tampering with it could be like opening Pandora's box or sphere, as it were in this case. 84 degrees Fahrenheit, mild and high. Cool. Ravager's Trenches. One of the 4 canyons of the ribcage led us to this horrible place. A thick fog
blankets the air, as though the small glimmer of light in the sky wasn't already hard enough to see. It chokes our pores, and it's very hard to take a full breath. Not that we'd be too keen to do so. The stench of sulfur is inescapable. The trenches and rivers have been carved into the ground every few 100 feet or so. Each of them is filled with soldiers, hardly human as they are all black and wispy in appearance. Not one of them pays us any mind. Above the screams of their rifles and artillery, the serene song of a siren fills the air. Whenever the soldiers are not in the trench, they are making the charge towards the center of the battlefield, where the sirens, I don't know how to pronounce this, Akarana, resides in peace amidst a hurricane of bullets, shells, and toxic gas. Miraculously, not a single round hits her, but I don't think they are aiming for her. Rather, they are enchanted by the song to charge without abandon into the battlefield and kill each other endlessly. From the shadows of the trenches, more soldiers emerge, and continue to march their doom. So the sirens are manipulating these things to fight each other for their own amusement, and as the wisps take damage, I assume humans they're tied to take physical and psychological damage. And yet, they must not view it as such. Each one dies with a smile on his wispy face, as though they were somehow... I thought they didn't have faces. I'm enjoying this, but we can't allow this to continue. We need to make our way across this battlefield and halt Acheron's song. Okay, high humidity. Low visibility. Ice Ash Citadel. Another of the Ribcage Pass has brought us to shadowy hills that soon become snow-capped mountains. Or at least, we hoped it was snow. Upon further inspection, it was actually ash. It boggles the mind how such copious amounts of ash could be scattered across these mountaintops. Still, whether it is ash or snow. So is it ash from a volcano or ash from, human body incinerations? I feel like that's a really important distinction. The cold bites at our bones and takes our breath away. Even if Andy stopped calling us warm-blooded weasel bait when Judith pointed out that she too was shivering. The vein-laden road ends in a drawbridge and leads to a massive castle. From the apex of the castle, highest tower, undeniably strong, song of a siren's rings out. Certainly it is the song of Leth. As we venture through the castle's various rooms, sirens attack us from the slates that they rest upon. More worrying, however, is that Leth's song spreads throughout the entire castle through the use of networks of pipes, provide some kind of sonic enhancement. Thus, the effects of the songs are felt on us despite our countermeasures. We first noticed this when Ashen seemed to have forgotten that the caldera can use magma to attack the sirens. At first, we thought he was playing the fool, but when Violet forgot China's name, and I forgot what I had for breakfast, not a jest, we knew that something was amiss. So, this Leth has an Alzheimer's attack? Or it's like, you cast ADHD. Or short-term memory loss. It's like you now have the status effect concussion. We knew that something was amiss in the midst. I forgot how to use her legs. Ash and I had to work together to ferry her forward until she could learn how to... Again. Okay, that's... dementia levels. It seemed... and confusion. Maybe an increase in adenosine levels, too. Left's song causes people to forget things. Okay, so I assume I must have gotten hit by this left thing because I don't remember things. It really would be a shame to burn any of this. Also, what was going on with a rocket earlier? Many masses of ice are littered about the castle's interior, their shapes taking the form of anything from candlestick to a human being. It is possible that there once were people and things entrapped in the ice, but have somehow been removed without disturbing the ice mass that surrounds them. Whether that is the work of the Sirens or something else, I prefer not to think about it too much. High visibility, low humidity, 10 degrees Fahrenheit, so very cold. Boundary of Sin, 97 degrees Fahrenheit. High humidity, moderate visibility. The cranks and squeals of machinery echo off the stone walls as we forge ahead into another region of the underworld. Rivers of molten gold flow from the orifices of stone itself, much to the excitement of the living dead that populate this place. Okay, so I assume the first location, like the forgetfulness, maybe that's like laziness, and the other one, like where they're soldiers attacking each other, it's like wrath. Heck, if anything, you could always say, okay, so you have like war, and so wrath and sloth, and this seems to be greed. Okay, they reach to scoop the gold to their chalices by hand, melting what remains of their flesh in the process. They do not seem to mind it. In fact, they delight as they take their gold-filled chalices to the pedestal at the far end, where the Siren Legthine resides. Chalices are offered as tribute. Legthine chooses the one with the fullest chalice to join her on her slate, where he or she is then delighted to be violated in indescribable ways. So it's greed. So it's a mix of greed and lust. Those who were not chosen appeared envious. Okay, so we're going for 3. Greed, lust, envy of the 9 sins. Technically, at one point, I tried right now to list like 200 sins, but that was like 20 plus years ago. But I mean, there's technically 9 deadly sins. Let's see if I can remember. Pride, lust, greed, envy, wrath, sloth, gluttony, melancholy, and vanity. Okay. Okay, where was I? Those who were not chosen appear to be envious at the best and livid at worst. However, Leg's song soon urges them to do any number of things. The angry and envious take out their wrath upon the chosen, and sometimes even eat them. Once they are finished and nothing remains of the chosen, the cycle begins anew. Curiously, it seems that at every door and piece of machinery holds a chalice, just like the ones living dead hold in their hands. Filling those chalices with liquid gold beckons the machinery to life. It seems that we will need to use this machinery to somehow get the living dead away from Leg long enough for us to confront her, as I don't see any other way we could reach her. Vigorous mire. Temperature 55. Very high humidity. Low visibility. Okay. The dark canyon road ends as gravel soon gave way to what felt like swampland. We found ourselves standing on sparse bits of land amidst a marsh of vile fluid, lacking in definite color. It was as thick as blood and as pungent as bile, if not for the fact that we faintly hear the song of the siren Cosatina in the distance. We would have certainly turned back. As we arrive at the point where we must traverse the muck to get out of the next patch of land, we find ourselves knee-deep in sludge. Our skin slowly turns back, black and cold from our feet upwards, but recedes when we leave the sludge. As the blackness consumes those parts of us grow empowered. Our strides are greater and we can lift heavier objects, and we can take deeper breaths, among other things. Okay. This is quite to Andy's delight. She chooses to remain in the marsh until it consumes her head, at which point both she and her muse turn against us. Okay, so it's a power-up, but it causes insanity. Isn't that how the weapons in the PS4 game Dark Rose Valkyrie work? In Dark Rose Valkyrie, you have weapons that grant you supernatural power,
but they cause psychological instability, mood swings. They make you physically stronger and physically healthier, even able to cure illnesses, but they do cause psychological problems. They do cause schizophrenia, hallucinations, mood swings, and even split personalities, as well as psychosis. Okay, where were we? Which one turns against? It is unfortunate. Not. It is unfortunate. Knockout and resuscitation seems to be the only cure for this full body corruption, and yet the corruption seems necessary to some degree, as there are gates of petrified wood erected. So, like, you mean like redwood trees? Erected between. I think some people like Europe aren't aware of how tall those trees are. Granted, I've never been to that part of the country, since America is a very large country. But the redwood trees, like many of them, are extraordinarily tall, and many of them have been around for so many years that the wood itself is stronger than stone. But anyway, gates of petrified wood erected between some footprint-laden patches of land. Ashton and Andy both try to knock them down without the aid of the corruption, but to no avail. It is necessary to borrow the corruption, if you will, to knock them down so that we may advance. Almost like Kaioken, in a way. But harnessing the corruption's strength without being consumed by it is a delicate balancing act. It seems odd to add more deterrence to an already deterring place such as this. Who would or could do such a thing, and why? Could it be Constantina herself or something else? Perhaps something else. Something else. Okay. Chasm of the Seed. Mild humidity, 82 degrees Fahrenheit, high visibility. When a disembodied heads of Akarana, Leth, Plague, and Constantina are placed upon the slaves, surrounded Pandora, they cry out in song. The four songs united cause Pandora to warp and shimmer before exploding in a burst of branches and veins. Thankfully, we are unharmed, but the branches twist and turn before taking definitive forms of a tower that reaches out to the crimson sky. We climb the tower, enduring the trials and tribulations within. That's a big-ass fucking tower. Makes me think of Spiral Tower from Brave Fencer Musashi. At the apex of the tower, we find the Seed, an overwhelming source of negative energy. Unsurprisingly, it is being guarded by a Siren, perhaps even the Siren, or the Siren. This is by far more humanoid than the others, but she is still uncanny to behold. So less animalistic traits, but still like fucking uncanny valley cryptid shit. Okay, gotcha. As her singed skin struggles to cling to her bones. Okay, now I'm just imagining someone who's been hit by an atom bomb, but as a Elden Ring boss. And yet she does not seem to be in pain. As her skin hangs down, we see that tendons of her body are actually not tendons at all. They are vocal cords. Every inch of this Siren's body is capable of song. That makes her the most dangerous one we have faced thus far. This is where it ends. In order to destroy the Seed, we must also defeat this Siren. We've come too far to fail, although I won't pretend to be invincible. Either way, this is our journey's end. Today we will vanquish the negativity within the hearts of the people, or die trying. So 24. Cool. So it goes all the way to page 62, which of course is blank. I forget what was happening. Anywho. Is there a, can I read the settings? Load. Is there a control scheme? I'm not sure. This is unclear. Sorry the video is long, it's just... Okay, so does that, by that being underlit, does it mean it's going to skip unseen text or not skip? I'm not sure how that works. We'll make a save. We'll hop into gallery, see if there's anything new. There is not. Did seem to give me a notification. It said something up here, but I couldn't see it. Leave home. Okay, it's still 10.5, but what is this? The safest place? This seems to be the sort of game that I'm meant to fail over and over and gradually lock. But, you know, we're going to see what the whole regression mechanic was. So we're relatively going to do the same path we did last time, except I guess I'll be less upbeat. We'll do an additional save. We'll return. We'll do a skip. Skipping unseen text. Okay, stop then. Then why was that set up? Okay, turn that off then. Return. Her and I are working it out. That's fine. That's not going well for you, is it? Otherwise, she'd be with you in some capacity right now. It's clear as day what's going on. Either you two are fighting, or she's avoiding interacting with anyone out of shame. Regardless, I'm certain what you've been saying to her isn't working as intended. But that's hardly your fault. You could charm a fish right out of the ocean if you wanted to. Let's see if this... Okay. It does not auto... Okay, so that's working. I do have to click off of it. You wouldn't have made it this far if you didn't know the right things to say. It's part of your power. But sometimes, with some people, there is no good ending. They're too stubborn to function, no matter how charming you are. It won't lead anywhere that you want. Because... Hello? Never mind. Is it okay? Okay. So... We'll make a save here. We're going to see what the whole regression thing is. Regress. Okay. Oh, it's if you want to change, go back to previous checkpoint. But why are there crabs? Then it's like, why are there palm trees? It's Florida. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it's allowing me to go back in my decisions. speakers in my headphones, in my earmuffs, seem to be acting up a little bit. I don't think that should translate into what you guys hear. I don't think any aspect of a hardware issue on my part should affect what you guys are hearing. So I don't think you guys should hear any of that. Also, I apparently picked the better choice this time, because last time she gave an angry look or something. That's adorable. Sort of thing I would do. Okay, we'll do a save. We'll go here, click, yes, return. Almost, I'm at the last chapter. I see. Well, it's no trouble. I was about to finish my second read through anyway, so that should give you time to finish up. If anything, it might be better this way. I'd argue the ending is easily the most important part of the book, as I'm sure you'll come to agree. And this way, it'll be fresh in both our minds. I mean, that's the sort of same take I would take. If someone hasn't finished the book, I'm like, okay, I'll read through a few sections I want to reread through it anyway, and then we'll talk about it. Just give me a second to go to the bathroom, then we can get started. By the time I take my seat, okay. Save. Everyone's like, this is kind of a waste of saves. I don't know what I'm doing, okay? Nor will I be able to keep track of what all the saves go to. How about this one? Heh, I respect the pragmatic nature of that answer. In a purely legal sense, yes, you are correct. While one could argue that he is complicit in the violence against Raymond's girlfriend, the crime Marisol is charged with is, of course, murder. He might have manipulated by Raymond, but ultimately his actions are his own. So yes, you are technically correct. And like Ashton always says, technically correct is the best kind of... Is that a Futurama reference? That's a Futurama reference. You know, with the guy who's like a bureaucrat. That's a Futurama reference. Does anyone else remember Futurama? Had a dude named Fry, and there was Leela, and Bender, and Amy, and Zoidberg, and the professor. And Hermes. Hermes is the bureaucrat guy. Even so, that viewpoint doesn't give us much to chew on. Don't kill each other is a rather elementary message, so I'm pretty sure that isn't what Camus was going for when constructing the work. Still, musing aside, murder is a terrible crime, so I can hardly fault you for thinking that it is Marisol's greatest sin. I'm sure the most dangerous minds in existence have fancied themselves as philosophers and intellectuals, and in doing so lost track of life's most simple truths. So at the end of the day, the viewpoint of yours might be the only one that truly matters. My question might have been a bit too reductive, though. I think our hero's fate can be ascribed to a conflux of different factors, rather than just one fault that he may have as a person. Okay? Cool. Is Violet here? I'll have to check that out a different time. Again, I like the art style. And if you guys can't hear me, then I'm sorry for failing. Why did that... Nope, I can't say no. I'm required to. You really think college will be that difficult? It's always going to be difficult, Captain. Always. Don't get cocky just because we've accomplished something difficult as a unit. You don't get a free pass in life just because you were part of something big when you were a teenager. That's not how this works. Even if your challenges seem smaller by comparison as an adult, you'll be the only one responsible for accomplishing them. It won't be my fault if you aren't motivated and flunk out of college, or Emil's fault if you never find a stimulating job. Ash won't be there to save you from your boredom, and Judy can't force you to be the kind of person when you attempt to... Hold on, let me double check OBS. Bah! Okay, it's recording. Ash won't be there to save you from your boredom. And Judy can't be there to force you to be the kind of person when the world tempts you with cruelty. And all of Violet's love won't save you. End up hating yourself regardless. Back in the underworld, we covered each other's weaknesses by working together. That's the only reason we survived. But from this point onward, everything is completely on you. Your weaknesses will be your own and no one else's. Which is why I gotta do everything I can, right here, right now, to make sure you're strong enough to beat that weakness out of you. It's the only thing I can do, so that's what I'll keep doing. Or I guess that's what I've been doing. Today's your last day here. We don't really have a lot of time left to do we? I wonder if maybe there's actually those little flash screens that I'm missing because we're skipping, but that just seems like a... I'm not going to blame me for that. I'm blame the person who made the game for not making it like... Why would you let me auto-skip it if it's something I haven't seen before? Which reminds me. I'm sure you know that Judy wants to see you. Have you gotten to see her yet, Oliver? We will do a save. Okay, killer. Okay. Well, I did do a save. What if I go home early? Oh! Happy, sad, is that scared? It's the first time I got to see that. Goal, say goodbye to your friends. Investigate house. Journal number 8. Now the investigation, I should probably destroy this or... I would say it's like, dear creator of game, let me know if I'm skipping your content by accident, but that would imply that they're watching. Then again, I have actually had a couple people who have... There's Dash and Cry, and then there was a short game about a false Hydra, which was actually a very good game. It was about a farmer Spoilers, he was a farmer with his family, and there was a false hydra sort of eating people out of existence. It's a really good story. I felt like a lot of work went into that, same as this. I'm just saying, if you go all this hard work, don't... One, it's good to be able to skip stuff for the convenience of the player, but also I shouldn't be able to accidentally skip stuff I haven't seen. What if I just click something over and over? Can I just... Okay, I seem to be able to do that infinite times without anything occurring. Check voicemails? You have no new messages. Okay, so I don't think I can do anything. Oh, this thing is gone. I cannot go back to previous places. Okay. You were amazing. I feel amazing. Every time we come out of the locker, I had to make peace with the fact that tonight could be the night. We could all die back there, you know. We never really talked about it much, but we definitely could have just ate shit and died, right? Absolutely, it sounded very dangerous. No man would have no way of knowing what happened to me. We're on drugs, I guess? I used to think about that part a lot when I first started, like what would happen to my body and stuff. I didn't know if anybody would be able to find it. I wasn't sure if I'd rot back there, or if I'd end up like those guys they'd found with their heads split open on the sidewalk. I didn't know which would be worst, honestly. Honestly, it does kind of sound like, from the little bits of creepy stuff I've seen from you guys, that I think you guys might have PTSD. It was really... But I think being brave isn't the absence of fear. It's being able to act in spite of it. Pretty neat it's done, even if it's scary. Even if you're terrified. There's times I've had to do stuff that was absolutely fucking terrifying, and I was just cussing in fear the whole fucking time. But hey, it is what it is. Even if you're terrified. I used to be such a coward back in high school, starting fights that I never had a chance of losing. It's not enough just to fight, though. It has to be a fight you might not win. I feel like I finally earned the right to view myself as brave now. I feel brave, I feel amazing. I don't really know what I'm going to do now, though. Yep, I am required. Okay, and it auto sends me back. But what's this have to do with a rocket? How unfortunate. Okay.
real quick, we're going to go to this, and we're going to... The point of this is to get the remaining options. Is that why none of us are hanging out together today? I guess so. Emma and I were planning on a big going away party for you. But after how brutal our last meeting was, I think we all informally decided it would be better if everyone said their goodbyes individually. Which was wise. I don't think anyone has gotten over it either. So it wouldn't be smart to have us all together on your last day. And I don't want your last day at Siren's Call to be ruined. None of us do. I don't know. Maybe it's just me avoiding conflict again. But I'd rather err on the side of caution and have everyone keep their distance. Because... Hello? Never mind. Okay. His refusal to be an honest member of society. I see, siding with the people then. I agree to an extent. I'm having trouble recalling a single moment in the work where he had chosen other people's needs over his own desires. It's a bit childish in a way. After all, he's a grown man. He should know that sometimes you have to play the game. You cannot live a fulfilling life on carnal pleasures alone. Smoking, drinking, and sex can only get you so far. You need to have some sort of meaningful connection with people around you. When that old man's dog disappeared, and Mersault had zero attempts to comfort him, it told me everything I needed to know about his character. Even if your sympathy is thick, you should still act on it. Relating to others is how you form connections at all. And as all social creatures, connections are what gives our lives meaning. They are what help us to reach out and find the truth. Mersault should know this, and likely does, but feigns ignorance in the pursuit of his own desires. That's not something worthy of death in of itself, but as Mersault implies, it's a lifestyle that can ultimately lead to an early death. My questioning might have been a bit reductive, though. That was quite the monologue. Good, it better have been. You need to care about this stuff, Captain. It's important. Judy always goes on and on about how great of a coach I am. But it's hard to know for sure if you've actually helped someone, isn't it? After all, it's not like I can use your passion as a metric. Even the most passionate people can mess up horribly when it matters most. And when they do mess up,
they break a leg or split their head on the pavement. How much of that is my fault? It's all so hard to keep track of. I can never know for sure if I'm doing everything in my power to help you guys. There's no way to know. It's stupid. But if what everyone keeps saying is true, then it's what I have to work with. Judy's right. There's no need to worry about it. You'll be fine at college. You'll be fine. Which reminds me... We'll save over this. I'll lie to you in this situation and see what... Well, it's not that we're doing... Well, I know what we're doing then. Andy grabs my arm and yanks me off the table? You smell like crap, but you can always wash up in the pool when we get home. I'm sure my sister will be thrilled to see you. Let's go, Captain. Oh! I'm too worn out to fight back and do as I'm told and follow Andy back to her house. Oh. This is interesting. Thanks to Andy's brisk walking speed, the two of us make it back to Judas quicker than we normally would. Hey there, sexy. Guess who's home? Andy slams herself into the door as she tries to go, what? Is Judy dead? Andy slams herself into the door as she tries to move through it. What the heck? Why is it locked? She jiggles the handle and pushes her shoulder against the door a few times. Judy, it's Andy. Why'd you lock the door? Why did you lock the door? I am concerned. Sis? Did she kill herself? We hear a small click from behind the door. Judith? Hello? Andy rushes inside and disappears around the corner. Okay. I don't see either of them as I enter the house. All I see is a journal laying open face on the coffee table. It's pretty stupid to lie to your friends, Oliver. Oh my fucking god. Does that mean Judith was watching me? Hello? But it's even dumber to lie to yourself. I didn't get to see what that was. Goodbyes failed again. What happened there? Like, that went by way too fast. Okay, what if I just go straight here and see you first? Does that change at all if I change the order of operations here? Hey, kid. This time I'll say, yeah, I've seen her. Okay, killer. Okay. Now what happens if I go here after having done that?
Okay. Oh. That's what Emil says anyway, and that's what the nerds have been wrong yet. Sure, we're fine. Those sudden death incidents were happening a whole bunch before, right? Now we've gone 2 weeks without anybody seizing. This gotta mean something. I'm pretty sure if there were a bunch of people in the city having random seizures, I would assume the federal government should get involved at that point, right? That's gotta mean something, dude. Not only that, but the backside locker has been completely dead every time we've gone in since. Where you come from? The place isn't a total wasteland now. So relax, Waste. You did good. We all did good. Okay. Okay. What is at the beach? Is this Violet? Okay, so Violet's actually at the beach. Give Miss Lawrence my regards when she gets back from Denver, all right? Okay, this is neat. Somebody I don't recognize says something to me while I'm walking. As nondescript and generic as the moment is, I still make an effort to smile and wave as we pass each other by. There she is. After all this time looking for her, it turns out Violet was simply painting something on the beach. I shuffle over to her, right as she's about to snack on one of those famous black bean burgers of hers. Hey there, Oliver. I plant myself next to her in the sand, like normal. After I am good and comfortable, Violet kisses me on the lips and buries her feet a little in the sand. Ashton got you a new phone, right? But you didn't actually give anyone your phone number, did you? I can't think of anyone to say this to, so I just kind of bury my feet in the sand. Yeah, that makes sense. He probably thought he was kind enough to get it out of the way and you'd return the favor and keep contact with everyone. Well, let's be real, he probably didn't think of that himself. It was likely Judith's idea. I'm sure the whole crew has been pretty helpless lately. They should know you better, though. I'm scared of what the others things they'll continue to ignore in order to defeat this helpless feeling they all have. So anyway, why'd you come to see me now? Are you really done meeting up with everyone else? I thought for sure they'd want to hang out with you more. Huh. Save. Return. Because it takes so long to walk to the beach. Yeah, that's fair. Sorry about that. I just need to be somewhere lonely for a bit. I was looking for you. Yeah, that's fair. Sorry about that. Okay, I was expecting more variety on that. I'm more curious as to why you're here. Yeah, that's fair. Sorry about that. I kind of feel like... And nobody really comes to this part of the beach anymore anyway. Well, nobody but us, that is. Things kind of feel different because of that. Helps me process things. Makes for good art. I used to be afraid of solitude, but now I think there's a weird kind of power in it. Knowing I don't need to be completely dependent on someone else to make sense of my experiences. That I can just be alone for a bit on the beach, paint, and then suddenly everything
this happened to us falls into place. It's oddly thrilling. Still, I wish if everyone else didn't just ignore me now. But if I gotta be alone, then I might as well make the most out of it. Okay, so... they're still your friends, they don't hate you. Is that true? How can you be sure about that? I know it's a great motivational tool, but sometimes too much conviction can be dangerous, don't you think? A little doubt here and there is probably healthy at this point. Take this painting I'm about to start, for example. I know you're used to seeing me do landscapes, but this time I thought I'd try to capture the Siren that almost ripped Ashton's hand. Even though it was attacking him, seeing that happen was the closest I think I've ever been to death. Or at least consciously, that is. So naturally I'm trying to turn that experience spinning swimming around my head into something static and contained. Probably therapeutic. That's my mission here, but if I get over optimistic, think I've accomplished the goal that I actually haven't, then one day I could, I don't know, see some dog chewing on a pork bone or something and have a panic attack, or start screaming after seeing some lions getting fed at the zoo. But if I'm patient, if I take my time and doubt myself a little, then maybe I see something new in the paint I didn't see before. And sure, maybe I won't like it. Maybe what I find won't even be useful. But it's better than just making my life worse by pretending everything is fine. I'm ranting again. Look, the point is, the six of us spent this whole summer being self-righteous and going fast. Gotta go fast. Now everything's fucked. So I want to take my time for a little bit, that's all. You don't have to try and comfort me with hypotheticals. Neither of us know if everything's going to be alright in the first place. But that's fine. I don't think these doubts of ours are unhealthy as everyone makes them out to be. Okay? By the way, Oliver, there's something that's been bothering me. It's just, you've been listening to me talk about this stuff for quite a while now. And whatever you do or say is fine. It's like one sentence, then you shut up. You're normally not this passive. It's like you're spending all this time trying to think the perfect thing to say. I mean, I'm flattered that you're trying so hard to be a good listener, but it doesn't exactly make for a great conversation, you know. And, well, it kind of feels like I'm just talking at you, and not talking with you, if that makes any sense. Are you nervous about something, love? Has it been like this for you all day? I'm just not in a very talkative mood today. No, that's not what this is. See, right now, what you just said. You don't need to try and coddle me like that, Olive. Can't we just... Olive! That's reminding me of Perfect Apocalypse. Can't we just talk with each other like normal? Damn it. This is exactly what I was trying to bring up our last meeting. Everybody in this town is speaking the exact same way. Maureen doesn't chat with me about art anymore when I go to buy groceries. She just says something like, nice purchase you made there, and then hands me the receipt. Yeah, I was kind of noticing something with that. It's the same exact mailman too, and even a bunch of my old teachers. For Christ's sake, Freaky Joe isn't even freaky anymore. It's like everyone but the six of us has been lobotomized. And now you're talking the exact same way. Is this my fault? Is this because we killed the seed? What exactly did we kill, Oliver? You seem kind of really fucking scared about this. Damn it, we ended up acting too quickly. There was no reason why we had to solve this shit before you went to college. I would have felt bad abandoning you guys if there's still shit to do. But yeah, I guess it could be possible that, you know, there could be some aspect of the Sirens was necessary for. I was like the idea that they could obviously were being too extreme on human emotions, but maybe we made everyone broken. Which is another stupid arbitrary goal we set to motivate us. Then again, I don't know, maybe I need antidepressants. We just didn't want to do this without you. I appreciate that. We were being selfish. We could have come back to it later. We could have tried to handle things on our own. Are you okay? You're like twitchy. We could have told the cops what we thought was going on. They would have never believed. Are you having a seizure? We could have. Are you? Damn, Oliver. Tell me I'm overacting. Argue with me. Telling me I'm being silly. You don't have to be a hero anymore. You don't have to say something perfect. Just say something I know it's really you. Please? Please, just say something real. Something real. No. No. A new gallery image has been locked. No. Violet drops the sand and starts breathing heavily. Let him go. I don't know who or what you are, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry if we hurt you somehow. It wasn't personal, we just wanted to be heroes. We were just a bunch of dumb teenagers that were bored with our lives and wanted to be heroes. Okay, I'm sorry, we're sorry, so let him go. I can handle the rest of the town being brain dead, but not him. He still has so much life left to live, so why are you forcing him to be perfect? Wait, is it because we're dating? Is that it? Is that what triggered this? If so, that's stupid. We were going to break up later today anyway. We have to. Well, that's, I guess, to be expected. I mean, long-distance relationships. I don't care if we're together or not as long as he means his life back. Were we? Or are you just doing it to get a response? So I'll do it. I will, I promise. So go on. Why is the sky darkening? Is someone summoning Shenron? Am I going to see like Porunga show up in the background? So go on, let him go. Violet walks over me and grabs my shoulder, a desperate look painted over her pale face. You hear me? I said I'll do it. Do what? What's with the bracelet you have? So let him go. What? It says epilepsy. Okay. What? You have a bracelet that says you have epilepsy. Okay, so I can never play Vampire Survivors with you. So let him go. She begins shaking my body violently. The couple that has epileptic seizures together stays together. I don't know. Like it's like, you know what they say. Like it's I don't what is happening. Let him go. 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 And I think we're both dead. Did we die? Okay, is it me, the player, that you're talking to? Nope. Okay. Journal. Do I have new entries? Note. So I got one new entry. As I'm sure you know, most of these names are just placeholders. We should definitely get around to changing them, lest we be accused down the line of being overly self-indulgent. Okay. Exit. Settings. Gallery. Oh, that's cool. Early art. Unlocked after spending more time alone with Judith in the opening act. Well, this is really cool. I appreciate all of this art. It is cool. I like it. Early sketch of Violet done by name I can't pronounce. Amongst Saichi. Very first character art ever done with Siren's Call. Even this early on, her design is fairly close to the final product. Unlocked by saying something real to Violet in the opening act. So, how long is this game? Okay, skip. Goal, say goodbye to friends. Leave home. No. Leave home. No. Okay, fine, we'll leave home. Okay, we'll just go here. What? I don't blame you for this, Oliver. This is, different. It's a disappointment, all artists know, the feeling of reaching for something only to have it fade away from your grasp last second. But what will you make of that disappointment? No? I was kind of expecting that to say something new. Okay. Surely, you must now realize that this torment of yours is self-inflicted. You cannot devour us like this anymore. You must accept your limitations. After all, isn't that what it means to be an adult? Don't you want to be an adult? They say you have to see something 1,000 times before you begin to really see it. But we are not the people we've read about. Or at least, we don't have to be. No. Well, you appear to be frustrated. Hi. No. going to read the achievements for the game. There appear to be no achievements listed. Does this game have no achievements? Siren Call Fan Pack for people who have completed the game. Let's go to store page. Pause. We'll go to reviews. See how much. 11 hours. 16 hours. 13 hours. What the fuck? How did someone spend 89 hours on this? 18 hours, 16 hours. 12 hours, 7 hours. 33 hours, so long game. But it appears to be no actual achievements, so much for hoping. And again, I apologize for making such a long video. Save. And I wonder if Violet's gonna still be aware of everything since I'm not seeing her early in the morning anymore. I'm not sure how the programming in this game works. Okay. Nope, you still remember. So I'm back to morning. So let's load be this one. Yes. Oh, yeah, that's new. So we should be home by now. Andy picks over the dilapidated fence, staring at the dark grove of palm trees and ferns shroud Ashton's home. Stevie isn't Han. I swear. Hours of jogging seems excessive. Even more than the inside the house is spacious and inviting. Welcome back, sis. I breathe in the cool air as Judith greets her sister from the kitchen, and sweet smells of vanilla drink and chocolate fill my dry nostrils. Andy slaps my back and gives me a thumbs up. Good job cooling down from run. I'm going to get a good change and jump into the pool. Judy folded your swimsuit this morning and put it in the same spot as last time. So make sure to change quickly and have her go out with you, alright? But another word, Andy dashes away from me and toward the bedroom, running past the kitchen in the process. Hey, sexy. I brought the captain over, so hurry up with that. What? He's here already? Why didn't you call me? I still have so much left I need to do. Adapt. You're so mean. I can hear Andy laughing maniacally in the distance as she runs up the stairs and slams the door of her bedroom shut. I peek around the corner of the kitchen and see a wave sheepishly at Judith. Judging by the appearance of things, as well as the general scent of baked goods drifting out from the oven, she appears to have been in here for a while. Hi. These cookies in the oven were supposed to be a surprise. I'm sorry, but could you go sit over there for a while and look away for a couple minutes? I'm just going to put these extra in the fridge so they don't take long for me to finish. Promise we cook, so look away for a bit, please. Okay? Okay. Oh. Okay. Do you mind if I jump in the pool then? Oh, right. I guess that makes sense. No reason to stay here and do nothing, if that's what you want. It wouldn't be long, because Andy's heading already so. I've got my hands full anyway. You're probably all tired from exercising and want to cool off. So yeah, you should probably go do that. You seem upset about that. I cleaned your swimsuit, by the way. It's in the bedroom next to the sink. Give me a second to shove these in the fridge, and I'll meet you outside. I grab a swimsuit at the bathroom and start changing into it. As well sure that a putrid stench floods my senses. And he was right, I smell terrible now. I completely forgot about that. What's wrong with me? Good thing I was never close enough to Judith for her to smell this. Swimming in a pool definitely doesn't equate to a bath, but at this point it's better than nothing. I throw my dirty clothes in the washing machine and make my way over to the pool. I see a pair of muscular legs sticking out of the pool and flexed and unwavering. Andy is probably seeing how long she can do a handstand underwater again. As I wait to the pool, her legs finally cave in on themselves and dip underwater. 52 seconds. Damn it, so close. Oh, hey Captain. Is Judy still baking? You didn't just leave her all alone, did you?
Sorry it took so long, I couldn't find the sunscreen. Judith half runs, half skips over the pool, gingerly dipping her body into the cool, clean water. You spent that long putting on sunscreen? Why? It's not even hot today. You know I burn easy, I'm just being cautious. I still don't get that. I don't burn at all, Judy. And doesn't the whole being my twin thing mean we basically have the same stuff going on, or whatever? What makes you so frail? Frail is a pretty mean way to put it. You just get outside more a lot more than do, so your skin's adapted to the sun, that's all. Guess so. Andy shrugs, jumps a bit, and then does a front flip into the pool. After a second, her legs are sticking out of the water again, signaling us that she's done talking. Judith, now even closer to me, sinks down a little and starts floating on her back. Hey, will you pull me around the pool for a little bit? I'm probably just tired, but I don't really feel a whole lot like swimming right now. We can just drift for a while, right? You don't mind? I don't mind, but I meditate for a bit, why does everyone always gets so physical whenever they swim? Maybe it's because of the initial weightlessness that comes with being in water. It's a freeing sensation, I suppose. Something relaxing enough to make it even jaded individuals feel light and reckless. It's also very good for elderly people because at that point, your age, whether you're elderly or overweight, water helps when it comes to your joints and stuff. It can allow you to get better exercise without putting such harsh, impact. Heck, even I find a lot of use out of using elliptical instead of jogging as much just because my knees and lower back tend to hate me for it. Or maybe it's just the chemicals in the pool making us feel loopy. Whatever it is, I don't really care anymore and drag my friend's body across the surface of the water. Judith enjoys it at first, her bouncy laughter filling the stagnant Florida air whenever we move around the way she didn't expect. But as the water settles and the heartless sun bakes overhead, things once again grow silent between us. And so I simply drag her around, doing only what's expected of me. All I can think about is how you're actually leaving today. And how there is a real chance I'll never see you again. Unless I keep myself busy, that's the only thing I'll be able to think about. It's been like that for a while now. After we destroyed the seed, I guess there wasn't much left to distract me. No adventures to have, no sirens left to fight, no mysteries left to solve, no people to protect. The only thing left in my life was the mundane reality of your departure. Double check OBS. We're making a long-ass fucking video, I guess, guys. Even though I keep saying I'm going to make short videos. But if all that's left is normalcy, then shouldn't I be happy? Because that's what we were fighting for, right? For the people in Siren's call to be normal again. That's why we all risked our lives. And it worked. Our gamble paid off. In spite of everything, the people are here at normal again, and it's all because of us. I should be ecstatic. So we stopped everyone from having seizures and dying, but also everyone's has crippling depression now. Okay, I mean they're technically alive. Heck, I can definitely say that my emotional state doesn't work the same way. I remember when I was a teenager, not just being more hoardy and stuff like that, but I mean literally the emotional responses I had to things. I mean, on the one hand, there is some trauma, PTSD stuff from lots, 100 different things, but in general, just it's an issue of there's a constant expectation of anxiety and dread, almost like you're expecting the world to end every fucking moment, but also just a general apathetic feeling too, and a consistent feeling of feeling sad and harder to actually have energy or hope. But maybe that's just part of getting older. Everyone's so much happier now. Are they? You're still going to leave. And nothing can be done about it. At least against Sirens, I can always fight back. I could always fight. But not this. I can't fight this. All I can do is be dragged along. You know, I've thought about it, just embracing it, the helpless living that I have. But I guess that's kind of hard to do when you're related to someone as stubborn as Andy. Can't really be a quitter. I'm pretty sure that's why I'm opening up to you like this. It feels like the last thing I can really do short of just saying goodbye. That's still pretty pathetic, isn't it? 58 seconds. God, I don't get it. Why do I have to have such shrimpy lungs? Judith lightly shakes her free from grip and looks up at me. Alright, your turn. You can float around for a bit, I'll pull you. I flip on my back, let Judith hold my ankles. Her grip is tight, like the plaster of a cast, and yet she ends up dragging me around the pool aimlessly. Moments like these really are a blessing, aren't they? Just being able to be in the same place as your best friend. Being able to do all the nothing you want to do with someone you love. I didn't think there was anything more worthwhile. I really don't. But this normal little moment of ours is such a blessing. Then why? Why can't I enjoy any of it? I mean, in general, I kind of feel the same. Like, I still enjoy things, but I don't have the same emotional responses I had in the past. And I don't know if it's purely a psychological issue on my part, purely a chemical issue, brain chemicals, or there might actually be physical damage. I mean, I've had numerous concussions. I've been izakai'd by fucking trucks. I've been hit by a fucking truck going 75 miles, a big Ford F350 or whatever fucking bullshit it is, going like 75 miles an hour. I couldn't move my left arm for a couple months. I had like a dozen plus staples left side of my skull. All my ribs were as bruised as they could be without being broken. My legs, from my waist to my toes, were covered in purple and black bruises that looked and felt like the texture of a basketball. I've had at least half a dozen to a dozen fevers, so like 106, once 107. There was a time where I was admitted to the ICU, the emergency room, the intensive care unit, for like 3 days, being pumped full of chemicals to stop me from dying, since I had meningitis and encephalitis of the brain and spine, so I was having swelling of the brain and spine. So, I mean, I had like 100 different things that almost killed me. Heck, if I explained how me being born to begin with was a bit of a unusual circumstance that kind of defied logic. Not that there's anything fucking special about me in any way. I've had numerous concussions. I've been poisoned. I've been made sick. I've been exposed to various not very safe chemicals. Granted, I've never done any drugs. I've never smoked anything at all in my life. And I've never done anything illegal. Granted, I've been in jobs that exposed me to harsh chemicals at times, but that was something I did for the sake of my job. Because, I'm not rich, and I had to make a living to be able to pay rent. And even then, I'm still worried and stressed about things. It also could be the times where, various, like I said, I honestly could point to 100, at least 3-digit numbers of things that I could consider PTSD inducing, which that can impact things. Plus, heck, prolonged severe depression is supposed to have a negative impact on your IQ. My attention span's gone to shit as I've gotten older. And I swear, like, I'm more forgetful, my short-term memory. And I don't know if I would count as autistic or ADHD. Or maybe it's just emotional responses to things that have happened. Or maybe it's just the prolonged isolation. Heck, I don't really see any of my friends anymore. The surviving members of my family, I can't say I see them too often. I love my mother and I love my son. So, I love my mom very much, but it's already a miracle that she's still alive anyway. She had 3 strokes and aneurysm. She fully recovered after 4 months. And that was like 8 years ago, but I can see her getting older. I can see her getting more frail. I don't see it even being possible for her to live more than another 6 years. Dad, it's technically my stepdad. I see him as my father. I call him Dad. I see him that way. I can't say I really love him, but then again, in general, I would only say I love 2 humans on the planet. So, generally, me and him have some misgivings about each other, but in general, I think me not really saying I love or care even about a lot of my friends I haven't seen in forever. It's a mix of, one, I haven't seen a lot of my friends in years, and I do kind of feel like they abandoned me. But beyond that, I think it's an emotional issue on my part, that something in my head is broken. Or maybe my heart, or maybe both. So it's not trying to be overly harsh on them, just so much as saying something's wrong with me. Is it just purely psychological? Is it some chemical imbalance in the brain? Or is there actually physical tissue damage to my head from the numerous blows I've taken to the skull? From the fevers, the exposure to things that made me ill. I mean, I've had numerous fevers that were high enough that, it was life-threatening. Heck, I've had over 100 separate issues of things that could count for as PTSD issues, and I also have like 100 plus things that could all be things where I almost died, to where, looking back, I should have died. I'm glad I didn't. I appreciate my life, but I can definitely say that my emotions and my feelings don't function the same way as when I was younger, and my attention span is all over the place, and my short-term memory is just completely fucked. Sometimes I wonder if I have early onset Alzheimer's at this point. At least I don't have too much in the way of the migraines anymore. I know with my previous job I had before this current one, I was constantly living on so much caffeine, and the weird movements I was having to do at my job, because I've been doing manual labor my whole life, but the type of job I was doing, it was fucking with my knees. I was having to turn at really weird angles really fast, and it was putting too much torque at weird angles on my knees. Had I stayed there, I definitely would have tore the ligaments in my knees completely and probably crippled myself. In addition to that, with all the caffeine I was taking just to try to function at the job, I was going to have a fucking heart attack. I was having such really bad chest pains all the time. Don't get me wrong, there's still sometimes I'll occasionally have a little bit of chest pains, and sometimes I'll have headaches and migraines. But it's not all the time, and it's not nearly as bad. Whereas then, with that one job, it was just all the time, and it was really, really bad. So, that's good that I'm not pushing myself so hard on that. Granted, I do work manual labor, and a lot of times I'm working 50 hours a week, and I've at least had some time off due to the holiday. So, well over a week off work, if not more than that. Plus, there's that time I had in between getting the different jobs, just because it was hard to find a different job, but there's no way I remember for a while there, I was talking in my community posts that I was working. I'd be out in my car on my lunch at that previous job, and I'd just be so fucking pissed, and I'd be typing stuff in my community post on my phone while chugging an energy drink to wash down fucking caffeine pills and ibuprofen, as I was just pushing myself so hard just to keep working. Then again, I'm not getting any stronger. I feel like every day I just keep getting weaker. I wonder if my body even can handle doing the current job I'm doing. At least I know I would have never been able to make it this long if I'd stayed at the previous job. But I don't know if I physically can do this job long term. And even then, like I said, I would say I'm complaining about the fact that I'm fat and I can jiggle my belly, but I want to go get a Little Caesars pizza. The only reason I haven't gotten it now is this video's gone longer than I expected, but I just feel the need that I want to keep recording it. It's just, I know my hormones don't really work correctly anymore either. And I don't know if that's something went wrong down south with that, or something in the nervous system, maybe a PTSD stress response, maybe from the fact that there was a period of time where I was sleeping like an hour to 2 hours a day for such a prolonged period of time that it was such a severe amount of sleep deprivation, where in itself that was extraordinarily unhealthy. Not to mention circumstances that were really not good for me. Beyond that, maybe when I was in the ICU with something wrong with my brain, maybe that had an effect on that, since it takes signals from the brain to tell the body to do shit. I mean, I've had MRIs and CAT scans in my brain done at least a couple years ago. It didn't show any damage or even any signs of impending strokes or aneurysms or anything, since that's kind of a risk factor in my family. It's funny, I'm depressed, but I've never tried to game end myself, and I never would. And I intend, even depression or not, I intend to try to live a long life. But at the same time, I do imagine that it would be a medical condition that would take me out. Then more than likely, if one day if I just stop making videos, it's either something broke in my computer or something, aneurysm or something happened. Or maybe I just couldn't afford the internet anymore. But the main point I'm just trying to say is, I appreciate my life, and there are things that I do still find happiness in, and I still value life and doing things. But even though I still say I am happy with things, and there are things I enjoy, and that I value my life and I appreciate my life, the emotional responses, the feelings you have, it doesn't function the same. I don't like the happiness feeling. It just doesn't work the same. I don't feel the same emotions or the same ways when I was younger. So I don't know, it's probably a combination of all of the above. I mean, there could be a chemical issue, it could be hormonal issue, it could be psychological trauma, it could be physical damage to the brain tissue, it could be a mix of all of the above. I don't know. I guess at the end of the day, the main thing that I do know is that my capacity for emotion and feeling, it's not the same as when I was younger. Something's different, and I don't know why or how to fix whatever's wrong with me. I feel that whatever it is unfixable, but I still value my life as is and still appreciate and still grateful for it, even in a altered capacity that is beyond my control. There's still many things in life I can still be happy for. But of course, I look at a lot of things that I'm worried about. Like I said, I love my mom very much. But even if she, lives to die of old age, I mean, I can see her already becoming frail. It's a weird and unpleasant feeling to see someone you love and care about, to sort of see their body decaying, to tell that they're not going to live forever. does make me feel sad. And I know whenever the time comes from that, hopefully many years from now, I know I'm going to feel sad. I'm going to feel devastated, and I'm going to miss her a lot. And I don't think I would ever stop. I don't think I would ever stop missing her when that happens. Try to see her when I can, but I don't know. But yeah, aside from the characters talking about depression, I guess. Guess it's time then. Shame you couldn't stay a bit longer. But you're an adult now. You've got junk to do. We can respect that, right? Yes, of course. Bring it in, Slim. Andy closes in and gives me a firm, commanding hug. I appreciate that. Hugs are nice. Thanks for spending some time with my sister. It might not feel like it, but trust me, you did the right thing. Andy pulls away and hands me a water bottle. Acquired. Estus flask. Whatever you end up doing over there in Asheville, I want you to stay hydrated. Being an adult isn't going to be easy, but I've seen what you're capable of. As long as you remember our training, I'm sure you can get through anything. I'll see you soon. Right. Thank you for being my friend. Please, take these with you and eat some after you've moved in. Hands me chocolate macaroons, lovingly prepared as always. I'll be honest with you. If you give me macaroons to take on a trip to the plane, I will probably eat all the macaroons before I even get on the plane. I'll still appreciate them and be very grateful you made them. I'm just saying, I don't think they're going to last in order for me to move in. Like, they're going to be gone even before you get on the plane. You acquired Judy's macaroons. They should still be your favorite, right? It doesn't matter that you're not eating them on Sunday, does it? What is that? Why does Sunday matter? Or I could have made you something a little less perishable. That's why they're gift wrapped, I guess. At least that way you have something from once the cookies are all gone. Wish I could do a bit more, though. I wish... Judith dives into me and buries her head on my shoulder. You're a kind person, Oliver. Never let anything make you think otherwise. Goodbye. I'll see you soon. Stay sweet. Judith pulls away and dashes back into her house. Andy, as smart as ever, gives me one final thumbs up before following her sister. Do a save real quick. Return. I'm pretty much out of time, so I go back to Violet's house and pack the rest of my things. Eventually, Miss Lawrence comes home and we load everything in her car. As we're about to leave, though, Miss Lawrence gets a dangerous weather alert on her phone. Apparently, looks like I won't be leaving Siren Skull anytime soon. How unfortunate. Okay. Did it reset? Okay. Okay, what if I see you first? Is it okay if I help? You want to help me bake? Are you sure? New gallery image. I didn't know something bake was something you were interested in. Wait, no, that's a terrible idea. It's not allowed. These macaroons are for you. I have to bake them, otherwise they won't be a gift anymore. I look around the kitchen. Not only is the room absolute mess, but the counters are completely covered with platters and cooling macaroons. It's an absurd amount of sweets. She's easily been here since the morning. Oh, wow. Still, it does sound really fun, making something together. Even after all this time, we've done anything like that before. Any toys should be fun as possible, shouldn't it? Okay, I really like that, actually. We can just give the extra macarons to make to Andy, and there's a still gift. There's probably more than enough for you at this point, anyway. In hindsight, I may have gone a bit overboard. Oh well, what's done is done. Judith opens up the cupboard and pulls out a solid black apron. Put this on, we'll get started. Just be careful around the oven, though. I've already burnt myself a couple times. It's a lot easier to do than you think. Wrap the apron and back and give you a pose for the middle of the kitchen. Huh? You're so sweet for offering to help. Let's bake. I do my best to help Judith in the kitchen. After a few minutes, I become painfully obvious that I have no idea what I'm doing. Now put that cream in the piping bag and pipe it onto the cookie. Make sure it's nice and even, perfect. Even so, she doesn't seem to mind. If anything, she seems to enjoy walking someone through the process of making these things. I put the last batch of macaroons in the oven and begin cleaning the dishes while Judith wipes down the counters. I do remember there was this one girl I was dating, and it was another relationship where I had somebody I loved, but again, that did not work out either. I was with that girl for about half a year. Heck, I've never really been much of a football person, but there were some times she'd watch football and stuff with her parents and stuff, and I'd sit and watch with them. Her parents actually really liked me. But, yeah, we actually sat and built a gingerbread house together. Now, granted, one, that shit did not work out. Two, I definitely dodged a fucking bullet given a lot of the stuff that went on. And, yeah, it's actually for the best that didn't work out. But at the same time, I took that kind of hard back when that happened. You know, that relationship. Actually, every relationship I've ever had meant a lot to me. But, oh well. Like an eternity in the past, multiple lifetimes ago, I guess. Last batch of macaroons in the oven and begin cleaning the dishes while Judith wipes down the counters. We talk about everything while we clean, from our adventures, the summer, their sister's absurd mannerisms. It's probably the most I've talked with anyone all day, but that's just the way Judy is. Other than Violet, she's easily the person I've always gotten along best with. It's that infectious kindness of hers. She could charm a siren right out of the ocean if she wanted. Yay, they're done. Don't even think about touching the oven, though. I'll put them out for us. True word, Judith coaxes the macaroons out of the oven and places them on top of the stove in one swift, elegant motion. Oh, these ones turned out great. Come on, Oliver. Breathe it in. I do as I'm told and walk over to the stove. She's right. The chocolate and the cookie mixed with the smooth vanilla aroma and the cream is unquestionably seductive. It's a bit overwhelming, though, especially at this range. God, I love baking. Even my sister isn't that much of a jerk to me after she eats one of these. It's almost like magic, how much better she treats me afterward, but I guess that's why they're called sweets. Judith inhales, her eyes fluttering with pleasure in the process. If only we could have solved our problems with something as simple as baking. Oh well, too late now. What's done is done. We should probably just jump in the pool, and I'm sure Andy wasn't expecting us to stay in here this long. Hopefully she hasn't drowned while we've been in here. I cleaned your swimsuit, by the way. It's in the bathroom next to the sink. Give me a second to shove these into the fridge, and I'll meet you outside. Hopefully Andy is not dead. She's drowned while we spent all this time baking. I definitely smelled this bad when I was baking with Judith too, and yet she never mentioned it once. Another act of kindness for sure. How strange it is, every time I interact with a woman, I end up feeling more and more indebted to her. A slick, slimy kind of guilt bubbles up inside me as I pull my swimsuit over my legs. It's kind of funny how something as disgusting as guilt can be born from kindness. Funny, but not unusual in the slightest. She probably hates her so much, I think, as I leave the bathroom. She probably hates her so much. I throw my dirty clothes in the washing machine and make my way over to the pool. I see a pair of us. Okay, I'm glad you're not dead. Maybe this game isn't that dark? Journal. Nothing new. Settings. Gallery. Oh my god, you have a Pokemon style Andy, everyone's mom.
Strength, intelligence, kindness, wisdom, bravery. My friend breaks bottles over her muscles as if she could become the jagged floor and make a better home beneath her skin. To understand her rash and loud attempts at saying I'm fine, and it was nagging fear that follows shot of the deer tick gorged on her blood. I can't read the rest of this. Graphic used in this game's trailer detailing some information. Andy, unlock condition. During the open act, choose to spend some time baking with her sister. Okay. As you wish. Judas Masulias make my way back in the living room. She asked the same question everyone has asked about at college, probably known to this deep conversation. Give her the same response we give everyone else, and our polite talk comes to a close. Alright, I should get now. I'm almost done. Check your swimsuit by the... Okay. What's up? Okay. Blue skies ahead complete. Oliver is no longer bound by his self-inflicted role as the protector. He now has a chance to act independently. The role and its pressures to keep moving forward. Please select continue from the main menu. Crabs. Crab battles. Yes, I played a game called 13%. What is finishing touch? I won't apologize for art. Brutal justice. Bushido and the Beast. Ash and... What is this? Siren calls a set of little moments following members of the Midnight Guard. Best if played after beating Siren's call. Okay, we have Violet and Andy. I know. Judith and Ashton. Andy and... Can't remember. Emil. So it's like an after story sort of thing for everybody. Okay, cool. This game could take a while to actually percentage complete. Continue? I am 3 parts rotten cantaloupe dropped from the rooftop by skate punks, and half an overpriced churro shared between lovers at theme parks. To some I am a hero, but to everyone else, I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to tell. What am I? Category 1. Ashton. What? Hello? Hey, I get to see me. Okay. Real quick. Oh, it deletes all my other saves. Phone, shut up, please. Say goodbye to your friends. Okay, so I at least got to see my character. Investigate house. Why is the door not locked? You know, I don't think Miss Lawrence ever told me about anything I'm going to remember or not. She really seemed to care about what I watch over Violet. It probably goes without saying that I shouldn't be in here. But still, as far as adults, she's always been surprisingly nice about things, sort of things. Does someone like her really have nothing to hide from us? Journal 7. Post your entry before I started recording stuff for ML, right? Yep, they're there, as unpolished as ever. Still, they did their job. Remember, boy, if you want to understand something better, try thinking about it from their perspective. Become them, think like them, speak like them, write like them. Maybe I should just burn this. Siren's call in the summertime, perfect as always. At least that's what all the kooks from up north say. It's no Asheville, though. Just one more day and then I'm out of here. Just one more day. I'd give anything if I could bring Violet with me. Miss Lawrence would probably love if I did that, wouldn't she? What's stopping me from just swallowing my pride and going Violet's way? Would it really that bad? Would anyone care? Probably not. Mom and Dad seem eager to wash their hands of me. As for everyone else, I bet they think I'm a hero for even coming this far in the first place.
Maybe I owe it to myself to follow her. At least that way I could probably see her again, right? Violet's bed. Should I just go ahead and wash these sheets now? Is Miss Lawrence going to kick open the door and breathe in and immediately know what went down? Would she even care? I hope not. That's one conversation I'm 100% not ready to have yet. Bass guitar. You're sure one flexible instrument, aren't you? You can stand out when you need to and blend in the background like you were never in there to begin with. You can be whatever they need you to be. The only thing you have to worry about is being so damn forgettable. I won't forget you, though. Spice rack. Even some of these are empty, never used jars. One moment. I had to move around a little bit. Never used jars have label on them. Guess Violet really went ham once they got this spice rack. Seriously though, love nectar? I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Wait a minute. Did I sleep on the couch last night? Weird. Did Violet and I have a fight or something? Was it one of our debates? Why can't I remember? Food processor. Boy, this thing gets sure when it gets going. Cheers to V for always telling me when she's going to flip it on, though. At least she's not part of the whole suffering will make you stronger cult like Mom and Dad are. The world is loud enough already, at least with Violet I compare a bit before things start ripping into each other. Thanks, hon. You're my favorite herbivore. The last painting Violet made for art class sure was gnarly, rusty fish hooks baited with brains and shit. Pretty far removed from all the happy little beaches and palm trees I'm used to seeing. She looked happy painting it, though. I guess it feels nice to get something rough out of your system. Kinda makes me wonder how Miss Lawrence feels about some of these. New gallery image. Check voicemails. You have 5 new messages. First message. Don't mess this up, Oliver. What? Next message. You awake, bro? It's 10. I haven't heard anything from you yet. Everything cool? Pretty sure Audie's gonna be on your ass like a deer if she finds out you're sleeping in like this. Not like I actually tell her anything. Wouldn't do you dirty like that. Just let me buy you burgers on the crab bucket before you head out today, alright? Made sure my old man gave me a day off and I'll be around here for a bit. So, swing by when you can, I guess. Later, dude. End of message. Delete message, press 9. Next message. Captain, if you're sleeping today, I'm gonna beat you. I swear to God, I'll tenderize your ass like a low-grade steak. I'm kidding, of course. Sorry, I know you have trouble with jokes. Yeah, that's not really a good joke. That was a joke. Come on down to the park, though, seriously. We need to exercise. I know you hate water, but bring some with you if you don't want to dry up and die. Or don't. Your call. Bye. End of message. Delete message, press 9. Next message. Oliver, it's Lamel. I'm curious as when you're planning to return the copy of your Stranger to the library. I know you're normally on top of these things, but given the circumstance, I imagine it's something that's pretty easy to forget. And to be frank, non-profit facilities like these all need help and get. Make sure you do something responsible to return it. Coincidentally, I'll be there if you want to discuss anything before we leave. On that note, I'll see you soon. Delete your voicemails. You know? Next message? Oh, hi. Oliver, I'm calling because... Hello? Oh, never mind. Just have a good time in college. Sorry if I woke you up. I'll hang up now. Bye. And a message. Delete message address 9. There are no new messages. Huh. Twins enjoying themselves at the beach are done. Well, that's cool. Three. Hey, it's me. Art of Oliver. Unlocked by investigating everything at Violet's house during Category 1. Like hurricanes! Category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I guess we're going to have like a mythical Category 6 hurricane. I do like this art. Don't know how to hide this little bar though, so I can just see the picture by itself. Okay, that's neat. Timeless Teenage Riddle Fulcrum. I am 3 parts. Oh, okay. What am I? Proof. April 2nd, 2011. Violet kissed me yesterday at her college acceptance party. I don't think anybody else saw, but I could feel her lips curl and smile have happening. Honestly, that was the best part. Just feeling her smile felt like proof. Felt like proof. Proof that proof. So I was actually right then. I was right the whole time. That's really weird. It's Saturday, so I think I'll be able to get away with spending most of the morning in the backyard. Mom and Dad don't bother as much as back here. Took them half, gets cafeteria, French. Where you smell after exposed pencils, think smart pencil highlight. Every day, smell terrible. Yes, person, someday. But I'm more afraid of being the last one. We all notice something. Should keep her here. They don't keep her. We need to do something to make sure they don't keep her here. I need to do something. Now here's the thing, the writing is still here in this book, but it's almost like we're not acknowledging this stuff happened anymore. Nothing from Violet, though, I'm pretty sure. Know what she's planning herself if I got time. I shouldn't keep everyone else waiting, though. Leave home?
How does this work now? Even though it's out of the way, I decided to go to the beach just in case Violet happens to be there. Hello. Sure enough, she's in her normal spot painting something on one of her large canvases. Hey there, V. How's the painting going? My girlfriend jumps in shock at the sound of my voice, nearly tipping over her easel. Olive oil? Is that you? She turns around, clearly confused. But that confusion melts into visible excitement as she looks me over. You're actually talking again? Oh, thank God. Thank God. She sprints toward me, tripping over the picnic basket and the butt pushing past. I feel like did I miss out on pictures I could have unlocked if I picked the other options with her? Whoa there, Violet. Don't hurt yourself. I'm not going to... Oh, wow. I don't try to finish my sentence before I'm tackled into the sand, Violet's eyes closed and arms wrapped around my torso. Yes, you're back. You're really back. Holy crap. As Violet smiles down at me, I do my best to breathe in just enough air to respond to her. You know, this is probably the part where I'm supposed to say something lame like, oh wow, you're so heavy, or what else I do is say hello to you. But I want to enjoy this for bits, if that's cool with you. Violet buries her face into my chest. Yes, please. Just a little bit more, okay? Let the sand for a minute or two. Eventually, though... Okay, the sand kind of uncomfortable. I hate sand. Actually, I gotta get up now. Violet nods and we both sit up, dusting off our bodies. I know it's a simple thing, but I actually do appreciate the sprites moving like that, even if it's not actually animated. It's just the little touches, like where just you increase the sprite's size a little bit, and then decrease it, or move it side to side. You know, that's something. Well, so you're back. So you're really back, so I do appreciate that. I mean, I never really went anywhere. But yeah, I guess I'm back. Was I acting that weird? Was it really that noticeable? Yes, painfully noticeable. I've never seen somebody clam up that hard my entire life. What the hell happened, Olive? You sure you want to talk about that right now? Don't you want to, talk about your painting or the stuff going on with your friends? What? No. Why the hell would I care about any of that? I was convinced, for a week that there was nothing wrong with you, and now you're finally lucid. Please, talk as much as you want. I've been doing all the talking for a while now, so for the love of God, take the wheel. Okay. I do my best to think back on how I've been behaving lately. I don't really know, V. After everything that happened, I guess I kind of thought it was my job to just make sure the rest of you were happy and safe. So I did what I was supposed to, and said what I was supposed to say. But it's weird. It's almost like I was watching myself say all those things, instead of actually saying them. Sort of like a dissociation sort of thing. There was no sense of agency in anything I had. I think it's called executive reasoning. It was like I was in some sort of trance, like someone else's ideas were stuck inside my head. And then, I don't know, I woke up super tired this morning and couldn't really afford to care anymore. Sounds pretty shitty of me when I say it like that, though, doesn't it? Violet begins tapping the bridge of her nose as if she's dousing her body for some kind of grand epiphany. I know this is pretty vague, but that's what I got. I guess I made you worry about me, huh? Sorry about that. No, don't apologize. What you said now, Del, actually super helpful. Now I'm almost positive whatever you went through the past few weeks isn't what the rest of the town is experiencing. It's similar, but not exactly the same. But really? So I was acting similar to how everyone else's in Siren's call was? That's terrifying. So how was I acting any different then? If my theory is correct, unlike the people in town, what you went through was an entirely self-induced persona inflation. Okay, what? I legit don't know what any of that means. Basically, you put yourself in a psychic box in order to keep your mind safe. That's called compartmentalization, isn't it? And that box is your role as our leader, our protector. I guess you had some sort of paradigm shift, though, and that's likely what brought you out of your box. But the people in town are nothing but their boxes at this point, if that makes any sense. I've noticed that. They're all way too good at their jobs now. Which is why I freaked out with Oliver. After all, the symptoms you were demonstrating were very similar to everyone else's. They are, in every sense, the end result of the perfection you were emulating. At this point, they can't be anything other than what they're expected to be. I was terrified. It's like if you made an AI and then you gave that AI absolute sentience, and then you gave it like 500 fucking protocols it had to follow that basically limited its ability to think or feel in any constructive way. I was terrified you had turned into something like that permanently. So I'm grateful that this isn't the case and you're taking care of yourself again. It's not anything that deliberate. I'm not even trying to take care of myself. I'm just tired. Even now I'm kind of spitballing and hoping I don't say something completely embarrassing in front of you. That's fine by me. If spitballing is what you need to do right now, then by all means, spitball whatever. Do you need to do? Violet grins nervously. Spit on whatever balls I need to. I got it. So now that you know I'm not some sort of brainless homunculus, what's next? Any plans for the rest of the day? Well, I was planning to meet back up with you around 8 and help you pack. But other than that, I was mostly going to focus painting here and there and leave you to do whatever. Weird you don't want to go on a date or anything, considering you didn't want to either, goober. A little tongue stick out thing. That was adorable. Not weird at all if both of us aren't really worried about it. Gotta make our own rules now, don't we? Besides, you got stuff you need to do with everyone else, right? I do, yes. Aren't you glad I stopped by for a bit, though? Olive, why do you ask questions you already know the answers to? I don't know, emotional validation? Old habits, I guess. Seems like something leaders do. Don't need to be one of those anymore, do you? Your war is over. Violet stands up and walks over to her workstation. So please, take all the time you need before you head back out to the real world, alright? I stand up and follow her to the workstation, brushing some of the sand off my jeans in the process. You really do spoil me, Violet, you know that? I really don't. That's the sad part. Stay a bit. Hey. Pretty milquetoast question here, but did you ever have any pets? I always wanted a seizure dog or something, but they kept losing my paperwork in the mail, so it never happened. No, that's a fine question. I can't believe we haven't talked about that yet. It seems like pretty early first date stuff. To be fair, our first date was pretty chaotic, not at all on time for chit-chat and appetizers. Really? But we did talk for an hour while you were dancing and stuff. Wait, are you counting the time we went into the other all by ourselves? Then how we both ate shit completely and almost freaking died? Come on, V, you know that doesn't count. We went to bed together afterwards and started holding hands the next day. That makes it a date by default, Oliver. Her voice is surprisingly stirred as she says that last part. I guess so. I'm pretty sure dates have to be something that isn't dangerous, right? Pretty sure if it's dangerous, it's by default not a date. I don't know. But yeah, we had a dog and a cat for the most time I lived at home. Dog was big, an American boxer named Rocky. Like the super buff guy in the movies. That's actually hilarious. I came with a name, I guess it kind of stuck. Imagine being named something so silly, though. Your entire existence would constantly orbit around something as lame as a dad joke. It'd be humiliating. I can't think of anything worse to base your existence around. At least, he wasn't named after a dictator or something, right? What about the cat? What was her name? Good Cat. Her name was Good Cat. See? That's way worse. At least Rocky sounds like an actual name. I was 6! You must have been, because that's the worst name for a pet I've ever heard. It's adorable, though, and definitely tells me that you were a good kid growing up. Terrible kids don't name their pets something that cute. Now, Violet, I was vicious. I a total monster you don't even know. Sure you were, Olive Oil. So if you named her Good Cat when you were 6, then she probably died around the time you were 17, right? That's pretty recent. Jesus, V. What? I mean, that's a pretty grim thing to just ask somebody. It is? Oh, my mistake. Anyways, continue. Okay. Good Cat actually got killed by Rocky when I was 15. That's... oh, shit. Oh. It's weird, though. They were always super friendly toward each other. Like, they'd curl up into balls and sleep on the couch together, stuff like that. And then they eat the exact same time every day when they put their food out separately. Maybe the dog got dementia? Oh. And sometimes Rocky wasn't even paying attention to her. He would just get super pissed and start whacking his tail. That's precious. Honestly, they were totally inseparable. Then out of nowhere, Rocky just starts chasing her across the yard one day. It was like he was possessed. I'd never seen him move that violently before. None of us were really quick enough to stop him, and after he caught up to Good Cat... Hey. If you don't want to talk about it anymore, it's fine. No, I'm good. It's just been out of my head for a bit. 'Cause this next part is the have the most trouble making sense of. As soon as Rocky caught up good and bit down, he immediately let her go. He didn't do anything that other predators and nature documentaries do, you know. They shake the body around and stuff. He just felt what was in his mouth and let go. And then he started whimpering, licking Good Cat's body with his tail between his legs. Olive, that's horrible. So it's almost like he knew he did something wrong. No, I think it was more like he didn't know he was doing it in the first place until it was too late. Judy says he confused Good Cat for a raccoon, and that's why he attacked her. I mean, at their age, even animals can basically have dementia. But that's just Judy being Judy. She didn't see what I saw when Rocky was chasing Good Cat. It wasn't just instinct. Rocky was certain he was doing the right thing. He wasn't moving like he wanted to kill Raccoon. He was moving like his friend was in danger from something none of us could see. An invisible threat, a malevolent, horrid face that would swallow her brain and leave her body broken. But he ended up getting too close and biting the wrong thing. Even if it was only for a split second, it doesn't matter. That's all it takes. And so he ended up killing the very thing he was trying so hard to protect. Are you sure it was something that deliberate? Maybe Judy is right. Maybe something was wrong with his perception in the moment, and that's why things happened the way they did. But then how the hell are you supposed to know there's something up with your perception in the first place? Violet shrugs. It sucks, but I guess you gotta get lucky and realize something's wrong before it's too late. Or if you're really lucky, you have a friend help you see things in a way you normally wouldn't. Maybe that's what Good Cat was for Rocky. Maybe there was something she talked with him about in their cute little pet language. Maybe you're just projecting. And you're not. Olive, I know it can be comforting to have something or someone else to blame, but then you look at what happened, doesn't all this seem like something more than a simple accident? But that just seems so meaningless. It isn't meaningless unless you want it to be, love. Just because there's no one to blame doesn't make it meaningless. Only you get to decide what experiences and details are meaningful to you. Those details and experiences might not be correct or whatever, but it doesn't mean they're useless. Alright, so what do you make out of it then? What meaning is there in any of this for you? Well, your dog's name was Rocky, and your cat's name was Good Cat.
So that means they were cute, objectively cute. And by extension, so are you. That's what it means. I don't think the objective cute is something that actually exists, V. Or Vi. How lonely it must be to deny your own existence flippantly. That's my default. Goober. Broodmeister. Have you ever done anything illegal, Oliver? Are there laws about going into subconscious realm without a permit? Unlikely. Then I think I'm good. Oh, no, wait. There actually was something. I egged a cop car once. You did what? Alright, we didn't exactly egg it. We? You remember that week back in July when Ash's dad was out of town? Turns out he went by the train, which means the convertible was left at home. So late at night, Ash picked up Emil and I on the Flagler. Wait, I remember that. Didn't you say the three of you were going to town to get food? That's what I thought we were doing too. I was positive he was going to take us out to Steak and Shake or something like that. Steak and Steak? I think it's supposed to be Steak and Shake. It's the name of a restaurant. I haven't seen one of those in a long time. I think they're starting to go out of business. I think a lot of restaurants are. But as soon as we left, Ash demanded that the three of us have a chance to engage in some debauchery. Debauchery? Did you touch butts? Was the cop car you referred to Ashton's booty? Did you egg Ashton's booty, Oliver? I could just stop talking now and it wouldn't bother me in the slightest, you know? Fine. So what did you three end up doing then? I don't think Ash had too much of a plan going in. If anything, I think he was mostly just trying to get Emil to loosen up a bit. Why? Do you think that? Because Ash let him make all the really important decisions, namely whether we were going to lose Mark on the town. After driving around a bit, Emil decided it was best for our stuff at the dollar store. Saves us most money after all. That guy's way too practical sometimes. Ash was all about it though. Honestly, I think he was pretty stoked that Emil was humoring him at all. They didn't have any eggs though, so we ended up getting... I immediately started giggling to myself. Oliver? Sorry. It's just... Emil bought dish soap, chunky peanut butter, and tortillas. He bought $20 worth of that stuff. Good lord, why? I don't know. Pretty sure he didn't even know what I was doing either. Again though, Ash was all about it. He kept going on about how he's going to do some really creative shit and stuff. But then all we did was slap a bunch of peanut butter, cake tortillas on some stop signs. We'd jump out, slap one on, and Ash would drive away, and the scene would just like we just robbed a bank. And the dish soap? Oh. We found an empty cop car parked by the bench and covered the door handles with all that stuff. That's got to be the lamest crime story I've ever heard. Damn it, I expected way more from Ashton than rubbing soap on an empty cop car. Did you guys get some sponges and wash it down afterwards? Did Emil smack your butt with a wet towel? What is with you two, Vi? I don't actually know, to be completely honest. For a second or two, Violet looks legitimately distressed. Well, it doesn't matter how lame it was. It was still fun just driving around town acting like we were doing something dangerous. And we actually did end up getting some burgers afterward. So, that was cool. Why would you get fast food when you had perfectly good tortillas to munch on? Because we're rebels, Violet. And rebels do as they please. My, how wasteful. How dangerous. Oh, take me now, you sinful man. Violet is clearly enjoying herself with this one. But I sadly can't think of a creative way to follow up her theatrics. What about you, though? How does your sheet look? Public indecency, mostly. Okay, what? I was doing yoga on the beach before you got here. Naked, of course. Other than that, I think I stole a balloon once. They might have been free that day, I can't remember. Is that a SpongeBob reference? We made a Futurama reference earlier, and that's definitely a SpongeBob SquarePants reference. Stealing a free balloon. That's SpongeBob SquarePants. And the technically correct thing, that's a Futurama one. I'm definitely calling it. And I appreciate the joke, though. I'm not, insulting the author. I'm saying, that's cool. Probably just making fun of me more, probably. This is one of the miserable leave unsolved. Been thinking about Andy a lot lately. She's pretty hard not to think about. Every time I'm in pain, there's a part of me still kind of blames her for it. Even if something is mundane, a stub my toe, I still have this weird impulse to chew her out for it. I think we all kind of feel that way. It must be quite the burden to take on everybody's ire like that and not let it slow you down. Do you think it's ever gotten to her? Maybe. I'm not sure if I ever met anybody less worried about being liked than Andy. We're lucky for that, then. If she was anything like her sister, she would have died a long time ago. That seems a little extreme. But what's so bad about Judy? No, I adore Judith. It's just Andy forced us to get stronger, even if at the risk of her being despised. Just look at Emil. The guy was made of glass bones and paper skin back in junior year. But now he's all, scarred for life and bitter. He went to her for help, though. Doesn't mean he's not scarred. Or scared or whatever. I respect that she allowed herself to push us as hard as she did. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm so used to being coddled all the time. But we know Judith. She would never put herself in a position like that. I can't deny Judith always was great at keeping everybody's morale high. But Andy really made us eat our spinach. With the exception of maybe Emil, the rest of us were pretty average physically going into all this. Andy probably knew that if we stayed that way, there'd be no chance of us surviving the underworld. That's why she was always yelling at the melodramatic stuff like, do you want to die back there? Whenever we'd fail a push-up or do something. Really used to hate her for that. I wanted to shout back at her, tell her that she was being arrogant and lording her strength over the rest of us. But looking back, I bet Andy knew from the start how dangerous all this would be. And that's why she pushed us so hard. Being that strict can't be that easy a thing to do consistently. It might have been easy for her, though. Some people really aren't that bothered by stuff like that. They're tough enough to handle being disliked as long as it's not for nothing. Isn't that how it is for you? The fact that we're all alive might be more than enough to keep her happy. How do you think she would have handled if Ashton actually lost his hand then? I'm not sure. I'm also certain she would have cried. No way, I can't even picture something like that. She would have, though. If Andy had the best grasp on how dangerous all this shit was, then she probably would have suffered the most if something irreversible happened to us. She would have definitely felt responsible. She probably still feels responsible for us in some way. I wish I had thanked her more for all she'd done. I had to leave. I'd even thank a person like Andy without being poked fun at. It's not like you can buy her chocolates. She'd probably just slap them out of your hand saying they were too fatty or something. It's really sad you think that way about her, Oliver. Why? Because if that's really how the world views her, then it means she'll probably never be thanked properly for anything in her life. She'll always just continue to be this untouchable goddess of a woman. That sounds like a pretty lonely fate, don't you think? You're not a very competitive person, right? I've never been a fan of competition, no. I can't really think of many good reasons to waste time trying to prove myself. Why do you ask? Because you never take up ML's challenge, where you throw. Yeah. Boris. You always seem weirdly disinterested in them, despite how adamant he is to have us compete. Even Judith got all heated during that bake-off he hosted, and you're the one of us that didn't want to enter the chess tournament back in June. You're not an idiot, Vi. You could have easily made it to the finals, and he was throwing down some serious cash. So how come you never participated in the stuff he set up for us? It's like I said, there's never a good reason to. If Emma wants to view himself as the most intelligent, skilled out of the six of us, then that's his prerogative. Even if a little humility might benefit him in the long run, it's not my responsibility to challenge the goals he has. I'm satisfied enough with keeping things simple. You're kind of starting to sound like a wet blanket. You weren't the least bit curious to see how you'd stack up against him? Nope. I don't believe you. Olive, even if I beat Emil at some stupid game, there's always going to be a bigger fish. There's always going to be people with bigger, better focus, greater intelligence, more devotion to their craft, whatever. So why would I lock all my self-worth behind something that's almost completely out of control in the first place? I love him little bits, but I don't understand the appeal of trying to subdue something that massive. It's like trying to capture a big white whale inside a tiny glass jar. But it's because the task is so daunting that's even more appealing in the first place. I think Emil is wise enough to know that there's always going to be someone better than him, but that's why he keeps pushing himself. He may not approve everything he does, but if Emil wants to be the best, I think that's admirable. Well, I think it's dangerous. It's obvious by talking to him that fixation of doing the impossible has been bled in every aspect of his life. Could you imagine what a string of losses would do to someone that infatuated with winning? So why even care about winning in the first place? Why care about competition? If someone can't feel satisfied with themselves creating something, instead, then why not just spend your life doing that? Probably because it's not as fun, Violet. It's thrilling to see how personalities clash and locked in battle, you can't deny it. Hell, whenever Emil faces off against someone, you're right there watching him with the rest of us. There's a drama competition. True, that creative endeavors alone can never capture. Setting your life around that drama sounds exhausting, though. There's constant pressure to defeat the next person ahead of you. Then, when do you rest? When do you have time to create or exercise? Or any form of any sort of meaningful relationship? I think that's kind of big a challenge, but I'm sure it's possible. I'm not too worried about Emil. None of that stuff talked about seems like much of an issue as long as you're okay with losing. Is Emil a good loser, Oliver? He always shakes my hand and smiles afterwards, so probably. Are those gestures all it really takes, though? What else is there? Forgiveness? Mostly. I don't know. I just hope he can forgive himself for losing when it happens. Otherwise, it's going to be chasing that whale of his for quite some time. How often do you stay up late, Oliver? Huh? Sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night and go pee or something, and you'll still be working on stuff in the living room. You're always back in bed by morning, but we never actually fell asleep together this summer. It was always that before you even get started serious too. Whenever I went to the kitchen, you were pretty much always still awake. Is that bad? It's just something interesting to notice while we were living together. Any reason as to why you're such a night owl, Olive? This shouldn't be too hard for me to answer, but I still don't want her to get the wrong idea. I'm probably going to sound like a sociopath for saying this, but nights for a long time when nobody expects anything from me. Even if they aren't necessarily asleep, people just kind of leave you alone at night. Like those times when you get to the bathroom, for example. You would look over at me, but
You never actually said anything while I was working. Of course. You were burning it oil. I can see that. You were busy. Exactly. You were probably thinking something like, well, if he's staying with this lady, he must be doing something important. But I was never working on anything that really actually mattered. Not really. Allie wanted some time to recharge. Because people don't really leave me alone during the day. When the sun's up, it's like everybody I know wants a piece of me. It's exhausting. It makes me feel like a commodity. Like I'm nothing more than some spice that people add to their otherwise bland day. But late at night, the only thing that most people are hungry for is sleep. So, I can finally be alone with my thoughts. That's probably selfish of me, but things are just quiet at night. It's the only time I'm able to think straight. That's probably why we never really went to bed together that much. I know that makes me a shitty boyfriend, but I don't want you to think that my bad habits has anything to do with you. It's more a people in general kind of issue, I guess. Don't worry, I'm not that self-conscious. I had a feeling it was something like that, considering how everybody we know kind of places you in the center of their lives without a second thought. So, what do you think about that? What keeps you up at night, Oliver? It really depends. Sometimes it's you, sometimes it's the conversation I had with someone earlier in the day. But on the amazing nights, it's nothing at all. No static on the brain, no obligations. Just a liberating, invincible silence. You're pretty tired after all this stuff, aren't you? Not that our little escapade here isn't finally over, I mean. It's been nothing. I've been nothing but tired. How about you? Are your muscles starting to hurt yet? I didn't notice as much when we were going to the other world every night, but now it hurts even to sneeze. It hurts to sneeze. So it's your abs mostly. No, it's pretty much everywhere. I remember it hurting for a little bit when Andy started training us, but now my entire body feels like it's been put through a blender. It's probably because you have nothing else to focus on. Now that we aren't in life and death situations, there's not as much adrenaline in our system. So it's kind of hard to distract ourselves from how sore everything is. Honestly, we should just be celebrating to go to the sauna and getting massages instead of like 3 different pizza parties. I doubt we could have done anything like that off the ground. Judith alone would have hated going somewhere like a sauna. Wouldn't have been fun enough for everyone else. You think so? Bet she would have been thrilled to be in a hot, steamy room with you. She'd be all, "Don't look at me, Oliver. I'm all sweaty. It's embarrassing." Violet giggles for a little bit as I bury my feet into the cold sand. Hey, why the long face? You sad I'm poking fun at your crush? I don't have a crush on Judith. Come on, we're all adults here. You don't have to be shy about it. Isn't the cute motherly childhood friend of yours kind of your type? Violet? Regardless, it's pretty obvious that she's absolutely enamored with you. The endless cornucopia of baked goods, the gaudy swimsuits, the excessive number of pool parties. Can we please stop talking about this, Vi? Don't you think it's a little weird how giddy you are about setting me up with someone else? I know that you and I are gotta break up at the end of the summer, but this shit is still really, really uncomfortable. I feel Violet's arms wrap around my back, hugging my torso. Why does it make you uncomfortable? We had a good run, didn't we? Because the circumstances imply you don't care. Man, granted, it's the alternative of that, maybe the other opposite, other extreme, the possessive, abusive yandere is not good either, but
And maybe it even could just be a putting on a little bit of front, but even then it's like you're not feeling sad about the idea of me being gone. Why does that just go and show how bad you are at comforting people? I'll just go ahead and ignore that one, I guess. Oliver, I know how cozy she makes you feel, how much she pampers you. I know she's been biding her time, waiting for the day like it was Christmas. So glad to make you swim against the tide. There's always going to be other people in your life. Oliver, not everyone, just me. Yeah, it doesn't mean like either person's disposable or replaceable. Sure, maybe there's this way for Siren's call without having people say goodbye to each other. Maybe that's somehow possible. But at least you need to be at peace with letting me go, okay? I still don't understand. Understand what? Why doesn't any of this bother you? Why are you so okay with it? Because I need to be. That's not a reason. I won't pretend it doesn't hurt, but it hurts the same way back your tongue does when you eat broccoli for the first time. That is such a trivialization of it. It's just reality. You chase down the shitty taste with some water and move on. I've already forced us to talk about this way more than you probably wanted to, and I'm sorry about that. But I'm fine being hated as long as it helps you guys get where you need to be. Do you really think I could ever end up hating you, Vi? I'm not talking about you hating me, Oliver. I'm talking about being hated. Huh? Never mind, let's just enjoy our time together while we can, alright? And then after that, you're free to do whatever you like. Within reason, of course. Okay. Hey, Violet. You do a lot of lucid dreaming, right? Yes, indeedy. So that means you have pretty strong control over your dreams, correct? That's essentially true. It's not perfect control, but it's close enough. How come? I was just wondering if it's possible for you to still have nightmares then. It's funny you would bring that up. Avoiding nightmares is actually the exact reason I started learning how to lucid dream. No kidding? I had a pretty traumatizing one back when I was 16. It went on for like months. It was so long miserable I started to never want to lose control of my dreams ever again. So I did some research and found out about lucid dreaming, and now every dream I have is like my own little cognitive playground. And now you're essentially zero risk of being trapped in my headspace. It's great. Wait, I felt like I went on for months. This might be pretty insensitive of me to you had to ask me, but what was your nightmare about? Oh, don't worry, I don't mind talking about it. I've been lucid dreaming for so long that I base it over it now. Essentially, the dream is just me walking through these weird yellow rooms. It's the back rooms. It's a back rooms reference. I couldn't tell it was a no building, but nothing about the building made any sense. It's a back rooms reference. Because no matter how much hello, I never found any doors or windows. It's just the same yellow room, repeating itself over and over again like a maze. So the word maze specifically triggers in me a primal fear that spins the insides of a million. The entire time I was walking, something, I smelled moldy carpet. Smelled like moldy carpet, right? The color drains from Violet's face. Yes? That's exactly what it smelled like. And there was the annoying fluorescent lights on the ceiling that wouldn't stop buzzing. And you couldn't even break any of them because there weren't any furniture in the rooms, right? Oliver? How the hell do you know about that? Because I'm pretty sure I had that exact dream when I was a kid. No way. Are you sure you didn't tell me about the school or just remember it? I'm absolutely certain. So how did you end up getting out? How did you wake up? I found this wall that was a little less yellow than others, and you clipped through it. I kept falling through it. It's a back room. So many references.
How about you? I don't even know. Last I remember was all these hallways, like you see in a hotel. Then the hallway is some kind of staircase. Oh, you know what happened after that. Wait, sure I talk about this now. I agree. I love you, Violet. Love you too, Oliver. Glad you made out. I hate sand. Oh my god! I was hinting at that fucking reference earlier when you guys did the whole jump in the sand thing. But we're literally going Anakin Skywalker. I hate sand. Not this again. It's great. Oh my god! You're literally fully committing to the bit. Oh my god! It's grainy, bumpy, bothersome. I'll literally. And by golly, it just gets. God damn it! So kiss me, Violet. Kiss me with your lips that are in fact not like sand and thus desirable. Jesus Christ. I lunge for tackling Violet into the soft sand. Oliver? Becoming one with thy sand. It's only after accepting the sand in every orifice of your body that you will finally know peace. Know the Oliver! Why won't you look at me? Confusion? Why won't you look at me? Why do you deny the truth?
I too once was lost. There was confusion, wistfulness, indecision. But now there is only sand, Violet. Sand in my ears, sand in the folds of my brain. Aren't you seduced by this amazing monologue? By this amazing monologue that's about fucking sand? Are you... Is the author of the game not only simultaneously poking fun at themselves, but poking fun at me for laughing at their stupid fucking joke? That's last bit barely skips out before I begin laughing hysterically. I don't even know what I'm doing, but it's evoking a positive reaction to her, so I can't stop. For a while, her and I just lay there, reveling in our own absurdity. Thank you, Sand. Thank you for this moment. Yeah, sometimes the little moments are all that matters. Like the grains of sand. Oh my god. You came to my house at any of your technology, right? Unless you count that old bass guitar of mine's technology, then yeah, I wasn't able to go back and grab much out without risking a run-in with parents. I might be getting my desktop and stuff mailed over to me after I move into my dorm, maybe. How come? I was wondering how you felt after going an entire Sunday without playing any video games. That's kind of your thing for a while, but you seem to be adapting pretty well without them, all things considered. Now, things have just been hectic is all. There's a day go by when I don't miss being able to sit down unbothered and play something evocative. That was never just worth the risk of actually going back home to get all my stuff. You miss it that much? Absolutely. I know my folks are the type of bonehead people to think that video games would just be the kind of stuff I eventually outgrow, as long as I wasn't around them. Yeah, I mean, I will always enjoy video games and anime and manga. But that's not how it works. Thinking somebody can outgrow playing videos is like thinking they outgrow reading books or listening to music. Exactly. It's not childish to want to play games. Now, yes, if you can't function in reality, that's bad. But, and obviously this video has gone on for a while. But main point is this. Video games are not childish. It's something to enjoy. It's a hobby. So it's kind of fucked up to judge someone for their hobby. It's not like it's a hobby that hurts themselves or hurts somebody else. You know, you're just relaxing and enjoying your free time. And a lot of the stuff is very fun. It's got great music, great stories, great gameplay, and a lot of times Even if it's nothing constructive about it, like it's just fun. Why does my life have to always revolve around how productive I am and how much money I can make and what goals I accomplish? What if I just want to enjoy life to enjoy life? I don't follow. Maybe it's just because I was never allowed to play with them, or whatever, but that sounds like a pretty big leap in logic. How are those things even remotely comparable? I mean, it's very comparable. It's the same thing. It's saying, like, okay, you're not allowed to, it's childish to listen to music. It's childish to watch TV. It's childish to want to read books, or manga, or anime, or even just novels, or to want to have, time to yourself, or it's childish to want hugs or affection. Like, those are normal things that people, have every reason to want and actually need. It's probably because I was never really much of an adrenaline junkie. I didn't play games to feel powerful or cool, at least not most of the time. If I ever got my first game console, I was a total bookworm. Even when I was little, the main reason I played video games was because they were really good at telling stories. Me too, I'm kind of that big, huge story, buff. I really like reading, and I really find the stories in games fascinating. Heck, even games like Dragon Spirit, Robo Warrior, Mario, and even Mario 1, and a lot of times playing the games, it was like I'd sit and play Mario 1 and Mario 3 with my mom. We were both crappy at the game, but I was just happy that I was doing something, same like playing with certain toys and all that, just, I enjoyed spending time with my mom. Then again, I talked to myself even back then. There was a lot of times where my parents were, both working just to scrape by, and, I'd be alone a lot of the time, and I'd, go out to the park by myself at 8 years old and talk to my toys. Granted, my parents, my mom was there for me and stuff. And, she spent time with me, she played with me on things, it's just... What can I say? I tend to be a naturally lonely person. But hey, I've adapted to that. The talking to myself thing, and maybe just accepting the depression, I guess. But yeah, they're really good at telling stories. Sure. I mean, heck, that's why we're here at this game. Plus the great art and even the little chill music in the background's cool. Sure, most of the plots of the first couple games I played were nothing any special, but they're still nice because I was one in control. Even the simplest story was made more engaged than anything I could ever read in a book. I think my parents only really saw video games as something people like me could get addicted to, though. And I guess you can get addicted to anything, technically. And that's the thing, yeah, I mean, there are people that do take too far, but there's nothing wrong with having hobbies or things that make you happy. But I think the reason why you play a video game in the first place is what really matters. So whenever it hits, I might outgrow that someday. It's just absurd. It's like saying I'll outgrow storytelling. It's not something I can even cognate. What kinds of games do you enjoy playing, though, if you don't mind me asking? Violet is clearly skeptical of my argument here, so it doesn't clear up my thoughts before speaking again. My favorite one wasn't even that fun, if you can't believe it. It's about a guy who goes to a vacation town to look for his wife. Except his wife has been dead for 3 years. Oh, that, and the town is basically a funnel for his guilt. Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2. You spend most of the game looking for avoiding monsters and stuff. It was kind of clunky, but really haunting and beautiful too. Like a nightmare from your childhood you end up permanently remembering fondly for some reason. Huh? So you just walk around the whole time and try to find your wife? You're right. That doesn't sound very fun. But it really didn't need to be. See?
That's exactly what I'm saying. It may not have been very fun, but it was super enjoyable. It was probably the most immersive experience I've ever had consuming media. The world itself pretty much swallowed me whole. Right. Of course it did. So what happened then? How did it end? Where did all that walking around end up taking you? Aha, see, I gotcha. The fact that you're curious to find out how it ended only proves my point. If you're that curious just hearing about the game, imagine actually playing it. Someone like you would actually be completely and totally hooked. That might be true. Good thing I never ended up playing any of them then. As engaging as it all sounds, I'm pretty happy with the person I became. Gameless childhood and all. So I don't even need to know of... what do you say the name of the game was again? That's not going to work with me, Violet. You're not looking up the game or its ending later. You'll just have to be okay with not knowing. She pouts, her nose twitching in that cute little agitated way. Fine. Do you ever think we were given just a bit too much freedom here? You and I had the entire house to ourselves all summer. Andy and Judith were basically allowed to do whatever they want. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had this much autonomy before. Even last summer, all we did was back home by 10. The only real exception were those work sessions we had at Judy's house back in April. Normally, if I ever wanted to go anywhere big, I had to plan out like 3 weeks ahead of time with my folks. But this time, I don't know. It's like we could disappear for hours in the middle of the night and nobody would even notice. It's bizarre, right? It's almost like it's a plot convenience. There's no way any of us could have gotten away with all this. It's like, yeah, there's like... Heck, it reminds me there was this one guy who's working on a game. And I might be playing an early version of it, be one of the first people to play it. But it's still in the very early stages of it, so I wouldn't expect him to have a demo ready of it for at least another year plus. I don't know, maybe we'll all be in World War III by then. But I tried to give him some feedback on what I saw of it and some ideas. But in general, I think the biggest thing is that when you're designing a game, it's just what's the goal? Heck, I've had a couple people ask me some questions on that stuff online. One's developing a game, the other wants to try to write a book. Granted, again, both of these people I expect would probably take them at least a year to get into a rough draft of either thing. But, you know, anything, whether it's a game or writing a story, it's gonna take a lot of time and a lot of work. Heck, that's part of the value in it, is that it's something that's not so easily done. It requires a lot of time, it requires a lot of work, and it'll require, on both the game and the story, both of those people, it'll require making a lot of mistakes and going back to the drawing board over and over. But that's just how that is, and it all the more better for the final product. But the main thing is that if you're going to write a story, you decide how mature it's going to be, what genre it's going to be, and you're going to decide how realistic things going to be. Like, you're going to make a gag story like One Punch Man. Like, and of course, there's sometimes you might have to ignore certain logical inconsistencies. For example, in the Persona games, the people, or even this, obviously it's a reference to the Persona, but it's them just leaving all of a sudden to go from family that's overly strict to you're able to basically be gone. Plus, there's just the fact that matters is, even though your body, you can deal with less sleep to a degree when you're younger, there's no way your body would handle that. It'd just be too much.
Simply put, these are logical issues that are problems for the story that would be a huge issue in real life, but they're ignored for the sake of convenience. Because there are some things that are logical problems in a story that you ignore. Because one, sometimes there's no explanation for it, and it just breaks the story. Two, obviously if you have a situation where like Persona games, but all of a sudden, the parents are super aware of things and you aren't letting people, be gone for 7 hours a night, then obviously they can't, have the magical battles against, the demons and stuff to save the world. So the story can't even take place. But aside from the fact that sometimes caring too much about the realism of a story or the logic of a story can either be, one, completely unexplainable in the first place, or even if you do explain it, you create a situation where, you made your story impossible to exist. Heck, you can also go the other way where you make it too illogical. Like if you give someone immortality or make them too strong in a fighting manga, well, at that point, you kind of write yourself into a corner. Like if you give the person too much power or like time travel or some shit. Because at that point it kind of breaks a lot of the other narrative devices. And it kind of like, there's what can you, like how do you, if you have your character that's so strong, how do you write someone who's actually a challenge for somebody who can like punch through a fucking planet? Beyond that is this, even if you don't have to deal with any of that, having to constantly explain the logic and reasoning of a story, it kills the pacing. Like if you're wanting an action story, yeah, you want some explanation of story and all that, but you're there for the action. If all of a sudden you have to sit there for like a 20-minute thing of all the characters sitting and talking, like here's the thing, don't get me wrong, I enjoy games with stories. Like heck, this game is literally just reading, and I am enjoying this game very thoroughly. And of course, there are some games, like say the original Mass Effect trilogy, where there's a lot of talking and dialogue and interactions like that, and that's understandable and that's fun in of itself. But at the same time, sometimes you want an FPS game where you don't have to like sit and listen to anything. You just want to hop in and just start playing the game. And here's the thing, it's not like a one-size-fits-all sort of thing either. As a connoisseur of video games and anime that I am, the big otaku loser weeb that I am, I like every flavor of it. I like games that are almost entirely story with no gameplay. I like games that have a mix of story and gameplay, like Mass Effect sort of thing. And I like games that have like very minimal story at all, and it's just entirely just hop straight into the gameplay. Because here's the thing, some days you feel more in the mood for one, some days you feel more in the mood for the other. I think it's good to have more creativity, more freedom, and more options and choice. Because you're not always going to want the same type of game every day. Same way you're not going to read the same story every day. Heck, even if like you had infinite books, but you wouldn't want to, like, would you want to be stuck to just comedy? You want to be able to have different genres you can enjoy. Same way you want games that are more story focused, as well as you want some games that have like no story and you just want to hop in and just fucking shoot shit or drive places and do stuff. You don't want to have to worry about a story. You just, and that's the thing. You write a story or a gameplay. Like if you have an action game, there's just a bunch of talking scenes. You kill the momentum, and you're boring the fuck out of your play. Again, story's good, but you got to know your audience and who's playing it, what they want that game for. And here's the thing: I'm the kind of person that I'll really like certain games with a ton of story, but there are some games I don't want to have a story. I just want to hop in the game and just have fun. And that's the thing. And here's the thing: even if you're like writing a book, if your genre is a certain subject, you don't want to stray too far from that, or else the reason why the people are there in the first place kind of gets lost. Heck, take Akira Toriyama. Akira Toriyama did an incredible job, especially with Dragon Ball Z, but he chose not to like write stuff about romance with Goku and Chi-Chi. One, because it would be an editing nightmare, and it would make more mature in terms of censorship issues, as well as it'd be harder to market. But the biggest thing is this: one, I disagree with him on this. He felt that he was not good at writing romance. He wanted to stick to his strength of action and a bit of comedy. But mainly is this: he didn't want the story to be about romance. He didn't want to write a rom-com. Akira Toriyama wasn't saying that there was anything wrong with rom-coms, just that he didn't want to write one. He didn't want a story to be about it. And yet, of course, people take it that flanderization of Goku to mean that Goku was never romantic with Chi-Chi and didn't love or care about her. It's like, no. It's not that he doesn't love Chi-Chi or he's not romantic or sexual or anything. It's that that's not what the story's about. Like, there's stuff that's implied, but it's left out because, one, the age of some of the people watching the stuff and the maturity level, but also because it derails what the story's about. Like, you can have a story about an action hero and you're doing stuff, but all of a sudden if you're having to sit and watch them make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and read a book, that's okay. Yeah, you're learning a little bit more about them as a person, but at the same time it should always be an extra thing and a separate thing you can do. If you're there for action, you want the action. Same way if you're writing a horror story and all of a sudden you write 20-page diatribe talking about the different species of bugs. I mean, you have to weigh the pros and cons about, hey, is this actually relevant to the story? Then again, I've been criticized myself as somebody who apparently it's not necessarily that I'm very awkward in how I talk. It's apparently my sentence structure or something is weird. Apparently the way I write things down or talk about things, I tend to be in a very disorganized way. It's like I have a bookshelf full of books and but it's just I can't. Heck, look at my fucking playlist, the way that shit's set up. And a lot of it's hey, I'm going to share this, and this is relevant to that, and I was thinking about that, and I'm like, hey guys, look at this one video. Hey, this one music video is cool. Hey, look, it's a Lumi Zoldyck. I want to look like a Lumi Zoldyck. And hey, look at this. Look at that. And they're oh, what about that? And it's oh my god. So, yeah, I guess my speech and writing is a bit disorganized. Heck, the way I think, I guess if I were to show my thinking to other people, it would be seen as very disorganized and confused and chaotic. But it just seems normal to me. But apparently, the way I structure even the words within a sentence, let alone how I put sentences together in a paragraph, or even talk about certain topics together, is apparently not normal. But it's normal to me. Oh well. Big dumb heroes. Now everyone's brains are fried. Kinda makes me wish we had more of curfew. Wait, really? No. But you get my point. If even one person caught on the crap of us 6 doing, they might have to break our little echo chamber. Huh, you might be right about that. Oh, taking his Ash's dad being hey son, where have you been? Or somebody saying, go in locker, that would have been. And that's the thing. There's logical things that if the story of this was happening logically, there's no way they would have been able to go and do the Persona stuff. In the same way, it would just distract from the stories. Even if you could explain it logically, the people that would be playing the Persona game, it would make the game boring, or it would distract from what the game's supposed to be about. Same way, Akira Toriyama didn't want to write stuff about Goku being romantic with Chi-Chi, not because Goku wasn't romantic with Chi-Chi. It was that he didn't want the story to be about that. He wanted to focus on the action and the actual story itself. Akira Toriyama was basically saying, there's nothing wrong with a rom-com. That's just not what I want to focus on.
And you might have a tiny little pinch of it here and there, sparsely. But the main thing, he was trying to stay true to the genre he was wanting to go with. And even then, in any story, there's, heck, take movies like Lord of the Rings. How many movies like that have so many deleted scenes and cut content just because they have so many more things they wanted to add? Heck, PlayStation games, whether it's the original Crash Bandicoot or Brave Fencer Musashi, you can tell, even if, especially if you listen to the interviews about the people making the original Crash Bandicoot games, but even then, if you play a lot of the PlayStation games, especially at the PS1, you can tell that there's things that you could tell they wanted to add more, and they couldn't due to limitations of the technology. They could only have so much data. Or sometimes nowadays with certain development studios making a game, they're being put into a time crunch, at which point you can tell there was stuff they wanted to put in, and they could have actually done so with the limitations of the hardware, but they just didn't have time, and they were trying to rush. And sometimes it's a mix of both. Heck, sometimes a game developer's priorities are skewed, and they have something else in the way ahead of just wanting to make a good game. And sometimes they're trying to cut corners. Sometimes it's just hardware limitations. Sometimes there's only so much data or some issue like that. Or it's a budget issue. Or maybe a disagreement with your own editorial group or your boss. But it would made the story impossible to happen. And also it would just completely derail the story. And not that me just rambling isn't complete derailment. Oh. I wonder if the developers of this game would ever even be aware I played this game. Let alone would they actually take the time to listen to however long this fucking disaster of a fucking video has been going on for. Oh well. Then again, it's not like I'm making videos to make money. I've never made a cent from any of these videos. I'm never going to make a single cent. I just like making these videos. I just like rambling and talking like this. Yes, I understand it makes me seem like a complete loser and a complete otaku and a complete lonely person with mental health problems, I guess, who just needs someone to talk to, and makes me seem like I'm such a dork and an anime weeb. And here's the thing, I am a weeb. I am an otaku. I am somebody who's really into anime and video games. I understand how nerdy and stupid that sounds to people. That's fine. I'm not apologizing for who I am and what I like. I'm not going to apologize for how much anime I have watched, or how much I enjoy listening to music, even Nightcore, or how much I enjoy even playing a game like this with its stupid fucking references to fucking Futurama and everything. I think it's hilarious. So I'm not going to apologize for enjoying this game. We got really lucky, didn't we? I think that mostly depends on your definition of lucky. Yeah, luck is one thing. Obviously it's lucky. But given the extremeness of your luck, it's at that point, it's one thing to be lucky. It's one thing to be very lucky. It's another thing entirely that you're looking at a situation that no matter how lucky you could have possibly ever been, there's no logical way it's even remotely possible. If you started flipping a coin and you just got heads every fucking time to the point that you flip it 20 times in a row and it's heads every time, and then you just stop flipping it. You put it in your hand, you slowly put it over and over to make sure it actually has the tails inside. But it's imagine if you were to flip a coin. Okay, if you try to call heads and it's heads or tails, okay, whatever. That's not much luck. And okay, you flip heads 3 times in a row. Okay, that's pretty lucky. 5 times in a row, that's extremely lucky. But if you're flipping a coin and you get heads 20 times in a row, something is wrong with the fabric of reality. Something has broken. In the same regard, a neat little statistic. If you take your traditional average American nickel It takes 6,000 flips before you would, on average, get one nickel to land exactly on its edge and not on either other side. It's a 1 in 6,000 chance. And even then, you're not guaranteed, even if you flip it 12,000 times, to get that. But on average, it figures out to being 1 in 6,000. If anything, I'd say this whole situation seems very super contrived. Agreed, but it's good for the sake of the story. Even some stuff we did in the underworld seems way too convenient. Like how lucky we actually were to land in the ribcage every time we crossed over. The ribcage. That's your idea of lucky? That place was creepy as hell. But it was safe. Can you imagine if we had to start out well anywhere else? We would have been dead. But we all just so happened to jump into the only region of the underworld without any real threats. Now, why do you think that is? Because it would have made a terrible story otherwise. Can't really blame anything other than luck, I suppose. Right. Tell me, Oliver, if you were to be thrown headfirst into a dangerous adventure, what would we experience not be the ideal form of progression? You have a cozy little beach town where all your needs are met, complete freedom to get yourself into as much trouble as possible, and plenty of weak monsters to kill until you get stronger. As cool as we all are, the truth is, a lot of would-be problems were solved immediately by the context of our situation alone. Are you saying that somebody might have set all of this up? No. I'm only asking if you can imagine a more ideal set of circumstances. Is there anything you could possibly change to make things easier on us in the beginning? I think for a second or two, we could have been dating from the beginning. That's something. I liked the small change in her facial expressions. And I don't mean when it changed to the eyes shut thing here. There was one expression where eyes open and then it changed again. So, oh please, that doesn't count. Yes it does. My morale would have been higher. We wouldn't have got beat up as much. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. I'm pretty sure it is. Of course it is. Depth of your bond determines everything. Is that a Persona reference? Why do you think it's such a time to hang out with Emma on Wednesday? Oh my god. And it's the fact that they doubled down on it. That's so fucking hilarious. And it's intended on their part. They know what they're doing. And they're just... It's funny. I'm appreciative of the fucking comedy humor. It shouldn't be funny, but it is. It's funny. But it's like, oh, you're making a pretty obvious Persona reference, and then you double down and just go so much fucking further with it. It's, and the fact is, you know your audience too. Like most people, like I don't even know how you would okay, you know your audience is a bunch of loser, weeb otakus who basically are just completely alone and have played a lot of video games and watched like Futurama and Star Wars. Basically, I'm your nerdy loser dude. I am apparently the target audience. Then again, this is like the 50th game now that feels like I'm playing the Lunar D8 Life Simulator. Well, I mean, aside from the fact that Vi is very, very pretty. Then again, just about all the women in anime are very cute. But yeah, why do you think it's ammo on Wednesdays? Because that's when you two had your little book club? Exactly. What the hell does reading books have to do with fighting sirens? Well, knowledge is power, right? Okay, fine. I just wanted to make out with you a little bit more. But don't act like that would have helped. Whatever you say, darling. I'm enjoying this. How much did you do, creators of game? So your mom's finally coming home tonight. You excited? What? No, she's not. Why would you think that? Pretty sure not even my funeral will be enough to get her to fly back down here. Wait, she's not coming back? No. Why would she? Last I checked, she seemed perfectly content just blazing it with Dad up in Denver. Can't imagine her abandoning such a cushy lifestyle. Blazing? Wait, so you're absolutely certain she's not flying down? Who's driving me to Orlando then? How am I going to get to the airport? Orlando? Oh, that's what you're getting at. Olive, my parents have been living in Colorado ever since I started having But, how, what, how does that make any logical sense? Oh, our daughter has tons of epileptic seizures now. Let's go like 2,000 miles fucked off this way and abandon her. How does that make any sense? Miss Lawrence isn't my mom. She's my aunt. I still don't understand. Real mom didn't want Spring for any medicine, so she ended up kicking me over to her sister. That's fucked up. I mean, it doesn't seem logical or compassionate. It just seems like they just sort of fucking abandon you. So, fuck. Sorry, what? Come on. You have to at least remember that, right? No? What the? Yeah, I distinctly remember the first playthrough-ish. Technically, it's still the first playthrough, it's the first video, but I'm just saying. She referred to herself as Mom in regard to me. Granted, I know it's a joking way, and it's like de facto, but it's like, no, what the hell? But Miss Lawrence straight up calls herself Mom whenever I talk to her. Golly, hun, you sure you take it literally sometimes, don't you? Yes. Why wouldn't I? Seems like a weird thing for someone to lie about. Yes, again, it's just my direct thoughts are just being poured into this fucking blue captions area. It's barely even a lie, though. She basically is my mom. I mean, yeah, it's true. That is a good, solid point. She pays for food, gives me somewhere to sleep, and sure enough, covers all my copays. She may be failing in every other aspect of life, but she did a decent enough job worrying about me. And that's way more than I can say about those 2 fried potatoes up north. A failure. She failed her chemistry thesis back in college. Okay. What's that? You're having a pseudoscience or dumbass friends a senior project something basis. Is this a Futaba reference? Futaba's mom reference? So she did a good student does and immediately panic switched her education or something. Shocking stuff, I'm sure. So Miss Lawrence actually wanted to become a chemist or something? Chemist is a generous way to put it, but sure. Low-level Florida witch might be a more accurate title at this point. Floridian. Damn, Vi, a witch? You're being kind of hard on her now, don't you think? No. No, she's definitely a witch. She could barely go a day without pressuring me into testing one of her concoctions. You know that pressure all too well yourself, the gentle, maddening pressure of someone trying to fix you. God, she was so embarrassing whenever we were at the neurologist's office. But doctor, I read online a small dose of X and Y can help with synapses. As long as you drink thimbles worth of Z before you go to sleep, that is. Your aunt tried to drug you? I mean, obviously you got to be cautious about that. But it'd be one thing, you're like, okay, I have a child with a medical issue, I'm talking to the doctor, I'm trying to improve their health. I mean, at that point, that's an issue of being very concerned for the child's well-being and trying to be a good parent on that. But of course, you want to be cautious on that because If you're not actually a doctor, you don't really know what the fuck you're doing. But at the same time, it doesn't require much for somebody to at least know, okay, someone's got a worse immune system, extra vitamin C helps. Just understand the basics of, certain supplements improve health. Let's just say there's lots of reasons why I'm plenty happy cooking my own food. You're messing with me, right? Oliver? Honey? I was a walking fog machine through most high school, remember? My actual prescriptions were already bad enough. Dumping any extra crap in my system would have been insane. But self-righteous heroes like her are always a little insane to some degree. After all, you kinda have to be. Violet, why have we never talked about this? We have, Olive. Many times. You used to write little poems for me about why is it getting... Okay. Back when we were seniors. You even collated all of them into an anthology for my birthday. What? That sounds weird. It was truly a vindicating read. Really? A lovely gift. Look, I know you probably don't remember any of this stuff, but that's perfectly fine, Olive. It's likely nothing more than another stupid side effect. But yeah, how much dialogue did you write for this? I'm enjoying it, but still. Leaving you has been fun, by the way. If I ever end up a housemate again in the future, hope they're as low maintenance as you were. Low maintenance? You really think so? I always felt like such a bother, especially in the beginning. Why? You never gave me any trouble at all. I can't even think of anything you did remotely bothersome. Really? So you're fine with using up all the hot water every morning? Oh, sure. I take cold showers anyway. What? Oh, you didn't know? No. Why on earth would you torment yourself like that? Because I heard that coffee is really expensive. You drink it every day, so I'm trying to find creative ways to wake myself up in the morning. Cold water has been working very well, so I'll use it to clean myself off. Huh. I never helped out too much with any cooking or anything. So that's not exactly ideal. Glad you didn't. That's something I really wanted to get good at before I move out on my own. The more meds you make, the less chance you have to figure out your own cooking style. I refuse to let one of those adults get forced to make a sandwich every day because I would make anything else. Besides, you always did the dishes anyway, so it's fine. Dishes are easy. You also took out the trash a bunch. Trash is easy too. All you gotta do is drag a bag or two down the street corner. It's not rocket science. Can't stand easy or smelly for that matter. So that works out too. Wow, I always thought you were just being polite. Well, if so, really never bothered you? Nope. No matter how negative image you had of yourself, no matter what negative image you may have had of yourself, the reality of it is everything you have about having you around is just sort of worked out. I don't think living together with someone is ever going to be as comfortable for me again, to be completely honest. There is a noticeable dip in the tone of Violet's voice as she says that last part. So, you feel it too then? How living together was way easier than it should have been. Yes, exactly. It was almost too perfect, right? You think there would have been some sticking point, but there never was. It's a little disconcerting, like being given a gift from someone you don't even know. I can't figure out how couples probably stay together forever because of this hypnotic, cozy atmosphere. That feeling of comfort is so powerful, almost like some sort of airborne parasite. I even thought about proposing to you just because I didn't want to lose it. Wait. Back it up. You were going to propose to me? I might have. I was like halfway to the jewelry store before I realized I was in some kind of trance. Holy shit. I can't. Wow, that's a lot to process. I would have definitely said yes, but I'm kind of bummed I never got the chance to. Please don't feel that way, Oliver. Making a commitment like that to you just to secure some vague domestic feeling would have been a terrible idea. No, it's actually what's passed for normal for the entire of human existence. Actually, it's been the most romantic ideal for the majority of human existence. Since the dawn of mankind. I thought that would have been the only reason. Because you still love me, right? Of course. You're my favorite person on the entire planet. I love you dearly. So why would you then give him up? That's the thing. That's the issue. It's like, oh, if you love and care about him so much, then why would you just give him up? Obviously, you should respect his boundaries and his own autonomy. But why would you, if you love this person so much, then why would you ever be okay with breaking up with them? But try to understand, I wasn't even thinking about love in that moment. My only thought was securing this new amazing lifestyle forever. I was completely consumed by the idea. It wasn't about being in love with you. Okay, that sounds kind of sad. It wasn't about really, it was about security. I only wanted to be comfortable with feel the thing feeding on me. Even knowing all that, I still would have said yes. I know, that's the problem. Problem? I mean, honestly, this is kind of an ideal where people are supposed to care about each other. You're supposed to want to stay with the person you're with. Sex is supposed to be a serious thing between people. It's an expression of actually loving and trusting one another. You're supposed to want to stay together. You're supposed to. That's the healthiest thing you could do in a relationship. Vi, the love we have here, the only thing that really matters. Context matters, Oliver. Yes, and we've gotten that context. Get married. It's dangerous to always take what's handy without even questioning it. Nothing's given out for free ever, just a gift, especially not a relationship. You're just excited that something like that was even on the table in the first place. I still think you would have been a great wife. Who knows? Maybe I'll just boomerang back to you in life after all the nonsense and we'll show them I'm getting hitched. Maybe we're meant to be together, and maybe the reason all this stuff feels so weird would be a fate. No, I disagree with that. I feel if you're in a relationship with somebody and you break up, you probably should never get back together again. If it's meant to be, then you wouldn't split up in the first place. Because here's the thing, if you're meant to be with that person and you really love them, you wouldn't want to have a break in between to be with other people. You would want to just stay with that person. And I would say if you ever are in a relationship with someone and they break up with you or whatever, you should never get back together with them. So, because of fate. But it's more likely not the fate, it's just dumb unconscious thoughts dragging us along. You don't need a wife, Oliver. And I don't need a husband. At least not right now. But you're actually the perfect age to be doing it, though. You're not meant to wait. People are not supposed to wait until they're like fucking 30 years old to go out and try to look for a wife or a husband. People of both genders should be married ideally in their early 20s at latest. Heck, even with our fucking world population being in like 8+ billion, actually 9 billion now, and medical technology being as advanced as, and all the food, if everyone just waited till they're 30 to have kids, the human race would go extinct in 200 years. Let alone back in the past where everybody was like fucking dying of fucking typhus and polio and like diarrhea killed people. The human race would have never survived. But most of all is this. If you're this age these guys are right here, and you're with someone you love, you should be mortified and disgusted at the idea of being split up from them to be able to date other people. You should want to be with that person. You should be mortified and disgusted by the idea of splitting up with them. That person should be special to you, someone you would never want to, give up or to lose or to have somebody else sharing that bed with them. That's the whole idea of having that love, that bond with somebody. And I'll tell you this. I've had
at least a few relationships. And I would say I certainly felt while I was with the people, I would never even be remotely okay with the idea of them being even the tiniest bit romantic with somebody else. But I can also say, years later, or after, the breakups and shit, I don't give a fuck who they're with or what they're doing. Because I don't care. That's the point. It's not an issue of like being controlling or some stupid or contrived bullshit. Like, it's not like Olive would be controlling of Violet, not wanting her to. It's an issue of you actually care about that person and that you're of value to you. If the person didn't care, then it would mean Violet meant nothing to him. And he had no desire to ever. And here's the thing, I'll tell you this. At least from my perspective, if you're a man, when you love someone, you love them very strongly. But when you stop loving them, that love is dead. There is no bringing it back. It is gone. And at that point, you literally don't give a fuck about what that person does anymore, because that emotion, that bond is dead. So here's the thing. Think of it like looking at it this way. Shouldn't Violet be mortified at the idea of giving Olive up to know that he's going to be with other women? Also, she should be mortified at the idea of sharing her body with other men instead of the man that she currently loves. And at the end of the day is this. You split up with a guy like that, he is just going to stop loving you. Everything that was special and precious about the love and bond that you two shared, it's dead. And it's gone. Like, here's the thing. The relationships I have been in the past, when I was with the people, I truly loved them. I cared about them so deeply. They were precious to me. It meant so much to me. And I valued that bond so highly. But after, shit hits the fan with that, I don't give a fuck whether they live or die. I'd rather never even see any of them ever again. And as far as I'm concerned, they can be with whoever they fucking want, and I don't care. I don't want to know about fucking shit. They mean nothing to me. I basically feel disgusted by them. And heck, my own ex-wife, I feel fucking scared of her. But in general, like I said, as a man's perspective, even from somebody who has spent most of their life alone and is extraordinarily lonely, I'll tell you this. I sure as fuck would never want to be with any of them ever again. I'd be disgusted by the idea of even touching them. Heck, I know when I went through my divorce, 3 weeks after my divorce was official, my ex-wife tried to beg me to remarry her, and I was just no. That's the thing. It's just the idea of even touching her or any of my old exes ever again is utterly disgusting. It's fucking filthy. And that's the thing. It's just that right now, in Olive's eyes, she is, someone he sees as precious, and he loves and cherishes her. But once that split happens, especially depending on how she behaves at it, by the end of the day, it's like once that's broken, he doesn't care about you anymore. He doesn't want to see or talk to you. He doesn't want anything to do with you. And honestly, I feel that anyone who breaks up in a relationship like that and gets back together with an ex, you might need an actual straight up fucking brain scan. Like, something's wrong. Something is just not acceptable. Like, unless there's some super unusual extenuating circumstance, you should never do such a thing. But yeah, like I said, I don't need a husband, at least not right now. But that's the thing. It's like, it's so dumb, the idea of putting it off. Simply put is this. If you meet somebody and you love them and you care about them, you should want to just stay with them. That's ideally what a healthy relationship is. And everyone's like, well, if that's what a relationship is, why are you so terrible at getting one? Simple. I'm ugly as fuck. Also, I'm poor. Heck, even when I was a child, my family was poor as fuck. I don't blame my family for that. I don't think any less of them. It's simply me acknowledging reality of how little value I have to people in terms of money or good looks. Plus, there's lots of other issues, but again, I already went in detail with that. But the day is this. Every girlfriend I ever had, I loved them as if they were going to be somebody I was planning to marry. I was loyal and desired commitment from the start. Heck, I remember being 9 years old, thinking about, wanting a wife and all that sort of stuff, and wanting to be committed, that sort of stuff. Now it's, given the experiences I've been through, I don't care how much I could possibly ever love anybody. I would never be willing to marry anybody ever again because of how fucking shitty the circumstances were. But it's just, people, the age Olive and Violet are, that is the age you're supposed to be when you get married. That's the age you're supposed to be when you get married for life. Ideally, everyone should be getting married at that age. Like I said, I wasn't opposed to it. It's just, it wasn't because I'm too picky or anything that I didn't have that. It was that I'm just ugly as fuck and there was nobody that wanted me. And I'll tell you this, even the woman I did marry, I married her because I loved her and I trusted her. And I really fucking cared about her. But I can also look back and say if I had not married her, I would have never had a wife. That there was literally nobody else. But, it is what it is. Some people could say it's economy, some people say it's society and culture we live in, I'm just ugly as fuck. Oh well, at the end of the day, I really don't dislike my appearance. It's just the fact that I'm well aware of how fucking verbal and direct a lot of people have been about saying very insulting things to me that did not feel very good to hear. When you have tons and tons of people that are very, very outspoken and verbal and direct about how little value they see you to have and how. So it's like, I'm just saying this. Ideally, in a normal, healthy situation, people should get into a relationship like Olive and Violet did and get married at the age they are right now. They should be like getting married within months of this story and then be together for life. That's actually the healthiest, most sane, most logical choice. But to each their own. But at the same time, it's just that's the only logical choice I see, the only good choice. They should just get married and be together and that should be the standard for everybody. Of course you'd think that. What? You don't need a wife? No, that fate doesn't exist. Come on now, where's your sense of romance? Romance isn't worth dying for. Weren't we like in a fucking Nether Minecraft world fighting like Warhammer monsters and demons? Romeo and Juliet were fictional hormonal idiots. At least Shakespeare lived past 18 and knew his shit. Which of the two would you rather look up to, Olive? It's like you're so offended that your boyfriend loves you. You're painting the siren that attacked Ashen, right? The one that was protecting the seed? That's the one. Am I just tired? I just thought I saw like a white mask appear over Violet's head. Probably should end the video. Maybe I'm getting tired. That's one. I still haven't really got that scene out of my head, unfortunately. So I'm doing my best to try to evict it. Any chance I can have an insider's look before it's done? No chance. Early opinions throw me off too much. Makes the painting less honest and such. Well, given your previous work, I imagine the piece is very Bacon-esque so far. Bacon? Like Francis Bacon? That's an interesting take. I didn't know you were familiar with his work. Who? No, I mean I know they're kind of crunchy. Wait. There's a guy whose last name is Bacon. Yes. He drew a lot of body horror stuff. Disfigured faces, cuts of meat, things like that. Hold on. So he drew pictures of meat and his name was Bacon. That's freaking incredible. Come on, Oliver. Now shut up, that's amazing. You can't deny it. It would be incredible if I made olive oil for a living and you sold flowers. Would it be more like if I painted flowers? The guy wasn't a butcher, he was an artist. In this line of work, you're bound to paint some meat eventually. Is that a hentai joke? It's not that weird. You're bound to paint some meat eventually, huh? Yes, penises. I get it. Haha. Although I must admit, it's a shame I never got you to ever pose for me. I can feel the inside of my mouth begin to dry up as she says this. Wait, what do you mean, like naked? Like pose for you naked? Of course. It's not like there were plenty of opportunities. It's a shame it never crossed my mind. I would have loved to have something like that to remember you by. Or, just not throw him away and actually stay with him. Like, here's the thing. If you actually love him and he loves you, then why would you ever be okay with, not being with him or sharing your body with someone else or him sharing his body with another person? Like, how would you ever be okay with that and actually be able to claim that you actually love a person? There's no way I'd ever be okay with letting paint naked. What if someone else saw seeing it? So what? Naked people appear all the time in art. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Yeah, but it's personal. No, wait, nope. No. You turned out the greatest painting ever. I never want to be the center of attention. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. Could have fooled me, hero. Reluctant hero. Yeah, I bet. Such a shame. You gotta save the art with a butt of yours. You're only making it look like bacon. So delicious. Aren't you a vegetarian? So? Bacon still looks tasty. Okay, fine, I'm lying. You win. Did you ever fake being sick to get out of school? There were some days I wanted to, mostly so I could work on my art and stuff, but I never followed through with it. No, I was never a good enough liar to fake being sick. So if I ever wanted to stay home, I just made myself sick the night before. Oh wow. You're nothing if not devoted, I suppose. How does that even work? Would you eat expired food or something? Oh no, it's never anything that gross. When I need to be sick, I just focus on how unpleasant it feels to be alive. If my skin was clammy, I'd make myself think about that. And if the lights were too bright, I'd focus on that too. Essentially, I would try and replicate the headspace of a sick person until I actually became sick. And that worked. It did for me, at least. I don't know how it goes for everyone else. Kind of think of stuff that was more positive aspects that were negative thinking. Maybe bad at lying to other people, but I'm very good at lying to myself. And sometimes, that kind of mentality is powerful enough to shape reality. I was so good at thinking this way that I could basically keep myself sick for as long as I wanted, and it would always be authentic. That's not healthy, Oliver. Well, it only doesn't count as being not healthy if anyone actually cares about you. I mean, sure, but neither is still under the bench of fluorescent lights for 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. You should know more else that places aren't designed for people like us. Hell, I'd even go as far as say they aren't designed for people at all. What's so bad about using parts of myself that are unhealthy to escape from an unhealthy situation
every once in a while. It just seems like you're delaying the inevitable. Vi, I never did unless it was absolutely necessary. It's not like school was any way of knowing if I was really at my limit. And it's like I was doing any drugs or breaking shit. I was just hanging out in my room for a day or two, breathing. If the system clearly wasn't designed for people like me in the first place, then why should I feel guilty about employing a way to escape it? Hey, you do you. Honestly, if you actually needed to take a day off, then I don't see any real harm in it. But it seems like the kind of situation where you end up becoming really easy to confuse your needs with your wants. Well, I think it's kind of cool skill to have. Probably just jealous. Not even remotely. I feel like no matter what I do today, I'm going to leave this town unsatisfied. That's probably true, unfortunately. We made a pretty big mess of this place, haven't we? Violet, I don't know how to fix any of this. Even if I did, I don't think there's enough time for you to put whatever weird idea we'd come up with into action. What are we supposed to do, Violet? What can we do? Violet, normally prepared for basically anything I throw at her, stalls her a bit. We spent so much time talking in the speech, filling the air with our meaningless words. I don't think they were meaningless. But in this moment, when I want an answer for her most, Violet is completely silent. You don't know, do you? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But we're in the same cognitive boat here. I'm just as lost as you are. Why is it that being lost feels like such a sin? It's not like we were ever taught what to do in these kinds of situations. We were taught about parallelograms, the Civil War, mitochondria. Of course, we get lost at sea like this. We weren't properly equipped to handle something like this in the first place. We were never gifted strong oars or healthy brains. All we are some awful experiences and anemic philosophies that come bundled with them. Other people's ideas. That's all we have, a paper boat melting on the skin of a very real sea. And none of that is powerful enough to save a life. I don't know where to go from here. I'm just painting on this beach until things start to make sense again. The beach, our own personal... Actually, I ought to pronounce that. Terminus of this journey together. Another borrowed concept for us to cling to, another paper boat. Sorry, that's all we have got left, Oliver. That's all I ever have left to give you. That's all I got. I'm completely stunned. It isn't long, however, before the stunned feeling folds into a deep and visceral shame. I was hoping she'd have some idea what to do next. In fact, I was completely expecting it. I almost always depend on her to start a conversation, so hungry for her to teach me something new. But that dependency, that hungry feeling I have, is completely parasitic, isn't it? No, I think it's sort of a give and take. I mean, I think in a healthy relationship, both people are supposed to have that to some degree. But then again, what we're seeing here is far more healthy than any relationship I ever had. That's my next words without thinking. Well, that's a big relief, huh? Yeah. I feel like much less of a failure if you're just as lost as I am. You're incredible, Violet. I've learned so much from talking about you. So, if someone as amazing as you doesn't know how to fix this, then I'm certain feeling lost is completely normal. And if being lost is normal, then I shouldn't feel too beat up about not knowing what to do, right? That's actually a very healthy outlook on that. Violet starts giggling to herself. So we just have to be okay with having done something so horrible. Is that it? I mean, no. But we'll figure it out. And if we can't, then it's up to us to find a way to be okay with that, I guess. The smile I love so much about it finds a way back to Violet's face. Good answer, Olive. Alright then. If you're serious about leaving this hellhole satisfied, you should probably go on and get on that. You feeling refreshed? You feel like we've talked enough yet? Not at all. That's okay. Doesn't need all to be perfect, right? Good luck out there, Olive. Oil. Do what you need to do. Violet stands me up, spins around, and kicks my butt with the side of her foot. Even if I don't feel perfect, I leave the beach feeling a little more at peace with what's to come. That's right. I can do this. I know I can do this. Hello? Huh. No Ashton. Why do you look sad in that picture? Did Ashton die? Is he dead? Is Ashton dead? You seem all concernicus. Everyone seems very, very frumpy. Why is Florida burning? Is Ashton dead? Oh, you got like really into the reading. That's all I am to you people, isn't it? Better not mess us up then, I guess. I find myself local library, domain absolute knowledge, as well as weak, pervasive chemical smell. Index. The six of us are almost done with all of Violet's work. Thankfully, her teachers haven't noticed anything else, so I guess coaching paid off. I didn't notice we spent was staying in bed. Kind of amazing. Going to be our life once we're actual roommates. Maybe my fear of mundanity rational after all, because I could easily do this. Because I wish I knew how to write a poem for her, though. There's too much each other to understand. Drink some water. Too much about each other we seem to understand. There aren't any obvious blank spots for my writing to fill. There is only one long break line in our future, stretching infinity. There's only one highway that takes us up to Asheville. But that's fine me. For once in my life, things make sense on their own, and only a villain would try to take that away from me. Unlocked by listening to all of Violet's beach conversations with Oliver. Violet or prom dress? Cool. Even if Embo isn't here, I can at least return my book, so the feds don't end up chasing me down. Thankfully, his presence in Parkour Room ensures my trip here is, at the very least, an efficient one. As we walk over, my friend looks up from his book and greets me with a curt wave of his hand. You're here, excellent. Glad you can make it. Me too. You still want to talk about the book then? Definitely, there's still so much to us to ignore. We'll have to keep our discussions now, however. There's a big chest in another part of the building. You didn't even enter it. Figured you'd be chomping a bit for another chance to increase your ELO ranking, Mr. Future State Champ. Normally, yes, but those sorts of events took all day, and I didn't want to clutter my schedule. I'm sure you could discern as to why. Hamill kicks up the left side of his face with a smirk, and I cannot help but do the same. You passed up easy money on behalf of Emil? On my behalf, Emil? I'm honored. I think Ashton's dead. I mean, we saw the look on everyone else's face. And we saw the fact that Ashton's not available. We saw that Andy is like all super frumpy and sad looking. I think Ashton's dead. I think he died. I think when that thing attacked his hand, it did more than just lose his hand. It wasn't like he's Captain Hook. He's Captain Dead. He's dead. We had to bury him. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Ashton's dead. So I'm gonna end this extraordinarily long video. I don't know if anyone in the world has enough interest or patience, but mainly interest, to actually listen to this. But if you did, I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed making it. It was just me being really weird and, well, myself. Okay, bye everybody.